Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. I never liked going near that part of the house. The bottom stair always creaked in a weird way, too deep, like it echoed into something hollow. Last week I dropped a pencil and it rolled beneath the stairwell. When I reached down, my fingers brushed something soft. It wasn't fabric, it felt like skin. I pulled back so fast I scraped my knuckles on the wood. The next morning the pencil was on the kitchen counter. I live alone. I decided to check again, using a flashlight this time. What I saw wasn't just a gap, it was a crawl space. Inside were blankets, wrappers, and a stack of photos. All of them were of me sleeping, different angles, different days, and written across one in red ink, "This is the last one." The photographs had a quality that made my stomach turn. They weren't blurry or distant. Someone had been close enough to hear me breathe. The timestamps on the back showed they'd been taken over the course of months. I recognized my old pajamas in some, the ones I'd thrown away after the washing machine broke them. That was before winter started. I called the police, naturally. The officer who came was young, maybe fresh out of training. He examined the crawl space with professional interest, but his questions felt rehearsed. He asked about ex-partners, co-workers, anyone who might have access to my house. I gave him names, but even as I spoke, something felt wrong. The photos were too clean, too carefully arranged. Whoever took them had time to organize them, to select them. The officer bagged everything, including the blankets that smelled faintly of cologne I couldn't identify. He promised to dust for fingerprints, to check with neighbors, to look into recent break-ins in the area. Standard procedure, he said. I should change my locks, install better lighting, maybe consider staying elsewhere for a few days. I didn't leave. Instead, I started paying attention to details I'd ignored before. The kitchen window that never quite closed properly. The back door that sometimes felt looser in its frame than I remembered. Small things that could be explained away, but together they formed a pattern. Someone had been learning my house, studying it. The detective assigned to my case was different from the first officer. Older, quieter, with eyes that lingered on details longer than necessary. She asked me to walk through a typical evening, to describe my routines. Where did I park my car? Which lights did I leave on? What shows did I watch before bed? Her questions felt invasive, but I answered them all. She wanted to know about my work schedule, my habits, who I spoke to regularly. The more I talked, the more I realized how predictable my life had become. Same grocery store, same route home, same spot on the couch where I fell asleep watching television. I'd made myself easy to observe. The fingerprint results came back inconclusive. Too many partial prints, too much contamination from the damp crawlspace environment. The photos had been handled carefully, probably with gloves. Whoever did this understood evidence, understood how investigations worked. I started noticing my neighbor more often. He worked irregular hours, often coming home when I was getting ready for bed. We'd lived next to each other for 2 years, exchanging polite nods and small talk about the weather. But now I watched him differently. His bedroom window faced mine. His backyard connected to mine through a gap in the fence I'd never bothered to repair. During one of our conversations, he mentioned how thin the walls were in these old houses. How you could hear everything if you knew where to listen. He said it with a smile, like it was just friendly observation. But his eyes stayed on my face longer than they should have, watching for my reaction. The detective came by again, this time with questions about my neighbor. She'd spoken to him already, she said. He'd been helpful, concerned about my safety. He'd even offered to keep an eye on my house when I wasn't home. She said this like it was generous, but something in her tone suggested she found it interesting too. I asked to see the photos again. The detective spread them across my kitchen table, and I forced myself to look carefully. In one, my bedroom door was slightly open, showing the hallway beyond. In another, the angle suggested the photographer had been standing near my dresser. These weren't taken from outside. Someone had been inside my house, moving through my rooms while I slept. The realization made my hands shake. I gripped the edge of the table, trying to process what that meant. How many times had someone been in my house? How long had they been watching me before they started taking pictures? The detective asked if I'd given anyone a key recently. Repair workers, housekeepers, anyone who might have made a copy. I couldn't think of anyone, but then I remembered the locksmith who'd come after I'd locked myself out a few months earlier. He'd seemed professional, efficient, but he'd asked questions about my schedule, about when I was usually home. I tried to remember his face, his voice, anything distinctive about him. But service workers blur together when you're not paying attention. He could have been anyone. The detective's questions became more pointed. She wanted to know about my relationship with my neighbor, about any conversations we'd had, any times he'd been inside my house. I told her about the morning my water had been shut off when he'd offered to let me use his shower, how he'd insisted on walking me through his house to show me where everything was, taking his time, pointing out features I hadn't asked about. She asked if I'd felt uncomfortable then. Looking back, I realized I had. Something about the way he'd lingered in doorways, the way he'd watched me move through his space. But I dismissed it as awkwardness, misplaced friendliness. The investigation stalled, no new evidence, no clear suspect. The detective suggested I might want to install security cameras, change my routine, maybe consider moving. She said these cases sometimes went cold, that whoever did this might have moved on to someone else. But I couldn't move on. I found myself lying awake, listening to every sound, wondering if someone was still watching. The crawl space had been empty when they searched it, but that didn't mean it would stay empty. I started checking it compulsively, shining my flashlight into corners, looking for new signs of disturbance. One morning I found a single cigarette butt near my back door. I don't smoke, and neither did the previous tenant. It was fresh, the paper still white, the filter unweathered. Someone had been standing outside my house recently, taking their time, comfortable enough to smoke while they watched. I called the detective, but she seemed less interested this time. Could have been anyone, she said. A delivery person, someone walking by, not enough to reopen active investigation. She suggested I document anything else I found, keep a record, call if the situation escalated. That afternoon, my neighbor came by with mail that had been delivered to his address by mistake. He handed it to me with the same friendly smile, but his fingers brushed mine longer than necessary. As he turned to leave, he mentioned that he'd noticed I'd been having trouble sleeping. He could hear me moving around at night through the thin walls. His concern sounded genuine, but it made my skin crawl. How closely had he been listening? What else could he hear from his house? I started varying my routine, coming home at different times, parking in different spots. But the feeling of being watched persisted. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow that shouldn't be there, a curtain shifting in a window that should be empty. The detective called to say they were closing the case. No new leads, no actionable evidence. She recommended I stay vigilant, keep my doors locked, trust my instincts. Standard advice that felt inadequate against the persistent feeling that someone was still out there, still watching, still waiting. I never found out who took those photos, The crawl space remains empty, but I still check it regularly. My neighbor still smiles when we pass each other, still makes small talk about the weather. But now I notice how his eyes follow me, how he seems to know things about my schedule that I've never shared. Sometimes I wonder if the real crime wasn't the photos themselves, but the way they changed how I see everything around me. The way they made me question every interaction, every kindness, every moment when I thought I was alone. Maybe that was the point. Maybe the fear was always the intended result. The photos are locked away somewhere in an evidence room, but the feeling they created lives with me every day. In the creak of that bottom stair, in the gap beneath the stairwell, in the knowledge that someone was close enough to touch me while I slept, and I never knew they were there. Crime too, I used to fall asleep to the hum of the ventilation system. It was comforting. But then I started hearing words, not full sentences, just pieces, names I didn't recognize, descriptions of places I'd never been. At first I thought it was an echo from the neighbors, but the vents didn't connect to their side. One night I put my phone next to the grate and hit record. The playback made my skin crawl. It was my voice, saying things I'd never said, confessing to things I didn't do. I shut the vent and taped over it. That night the whispers didn't come from the vent, they came from my closet. The door moved slightly, just enough to creak, and from the darkness inside I heard it again, my voice, but it was crying. The police report sat on my kitchen table for 3 weeks before I touched it. My hands left fingerprints on the manila folder, same prints they'd taken when they brought me in for questioning. The detective had been polite but persistent, asking about my whereabouts during specific periods, showing me photographs I claimed not to recognize. A woman's face stared back at me from those glossy 8x10s. Brown hair, green eyes, a scar above her left eyebrow. She looked familiar in the way strangers sometimes do, like someone you might have passed in a grocery store. The recordings kept playing in my head, my voice but not my words, speaking about details I shouldn't know, places I'd never been, conversations I'd never had. The detective had played them back during the interview, watching my face for recognition. I remembered sitting there, feeling my palms sweat against the metal table, listening to myself describe the interior of a house I'd never entered, the smell of vanilla candles mixed with something else, something metallic. I started checking my sleep patterns, looking for gaps in my memory. The bedside clock would show one time when I closed my eyes, another when I opened them, but the math never added up. Sometimes I'd wake with dirt under my fingernails, though I couldn't remember gardening. My shoes would be by the door in the morning, arranged differently than I'd left them, with mud on the soles that hadn't been there before. The woman's sister called me on a Tuesday. Her voice was raw, exhausted. She'd gotten my number from the police file, wanted to meet somewhere public to talk. We sat across from each other at a coffee shop, the kind of place where conversations blend into white noise. She showed me more pictures, personal ones this time. Family gatherings, birthday parties, ordinary moments that made the woman real instead of just another case file photo. She told me about the last phone call, how her sister had mentioned feeling watched, hearing strange sounds in her house, finding things moved around. The sister's voice cracked when she described how the final voicemail had sounded different, scared in a way she'd never heard before. The timestamp on that message matched one of the gaps in my memory, one of those nights when the math didn't add up. I found myself driving past the house where it happened, though I couldn't explain why. The yellow tape was gone, but the windows remained dark. Neighbors would peek through curtains when I slowed down, probably wondering why a stranger kept circling their block. The garage door had been repaired, fresh paint covering whatever evidence had been there. I parked across the street one evening and just watched, waiting for something I couldn't name. The dreams started blending with reality. I'd wake up with the taste of someone else's fear in my mouth, remembering conversations I'd never had with people I'd never met. My therapist called it dissociation, stress-induced memory problems, but her explanations felt hollow. She prescribed pills that made the dreams foggier but never made them stop. The voice in the recordings kept echoing in my mind, describing things only the killer would know. I began researching the case obsessively, reading every news article, every court document available online. The evidence was circumstantial but compelling. DNA traces that couldn't be explained, witness statements that placed someone matching my description in the area, security footage too grainy to confirm or deny. The prosecution's case had holes, but so did my alibi. I couldn't account for my whereabouts with any certainty, couldn't prove I'd been anywhere else. The victim's diary, discovered weeks after the initial investigation, contained entries about strange phone calls in the middle of the night. Someone breathing on the other end, occasionally whispering words she couldn't quite make out. The handwriting analysis showed increasing agitation in her final entries, letters pressed deeper into the paper, words sometimes repeated multiple times. She'd written about feeling like someone was living her life alongside her, making the same choices, visiting the same places, but always just out of sight. My own journals from that period painted a similar picture. Entries I didn't remember writing, describing places I couldn't recall visiting, people whose names meant nothing to me. The handwriting was mine, but the thoughts felt foreign. I read about sleepwalking episodes I'd never experienced, conversations with neighbors I'd never spoken to, routine activities that seemed to belong to someone else's life. The detective called again months later. New evidence had surfaced, she said. Another recording, this one from a security system near the victim's house. A voice giving directions to someone, coordinates that led directly to where the body was found. The voice was muffled, distorted by poor audio quality, but the speech patterns matched the samples they'd collected from me. She wanted me to come in again, to listen to the recording, to explain how my voice had ended up on a security system I'd never seen. I listened to that recording in the police station, headphones pressed against my ears, feeling the walls close in around me. The voice was definitely mine, but the knowledge it contained was impossible. Detailed instructions about timing, about avoiding certain cameras, about the exact location where evidence should be disposed of. Information only the perpetrator could possess, spoken in my voice with my particular way of pronouncing certain words. The case remains officially unsolved. The evidence is compelling but not conclusive, the recordings authentic but inexplicable. I still live in the same apartment, still hear the ventilation system humming through the walls. Sometimes I catch myself listening for whispers, wondering if my voice is traveling through those metal channels again, carrying information I don't remember learning, confessing to crimes I don't remember committing. The victim's sister still calls occasionally. She doesn't ask questions anymore, just breathes on the other end of the line for a few seconds before hanging up. I think she knows something the police couldn't prove, something the recordings couldn't capture. In those moments of silence, I hear the same uncertainty that must have kept her sister awake in those final weeks, the same questions that eat away at the edges of memory and reason. I keep the police file in my desk drawer now, alongside my own journals from that period. Sometimes I read through both sets of documents, looking for connections I might have missed, explanations that might make sense of the impossible. But the harder I look, the more the truth seems to slip away, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. The only thing I know for certain is that somewhere in those dark spaces between sleep and waking, between memory and forgetting, the real answer is waiting. And I'm not sure I want to find it. Crime 3, I've kept a photo wall since I moved into this place. Moments, memories, something to make the place feel like home. But 2 nights ago I noticed one of the pictures looked off. Same pose, same clothes, but my expression was different. My eyes were open wider. My smile looked forced. I thought maybe I printed the wrong version, but then 3 more changed. The backgrounds were darker. I was standing slightly to the left. In one, my hand was raised, pointing at something outside the frame. I took them down, flipped them over. On the backs, in thick marker, were short notes. Don't turn around. He sees you. This isn't your house. I didn't write them. The next morning, all the photos were back on the wall, flawless again, but the wall behind them had scratch marks. That's when I decided to investigate. The landlord had mentioned the previous tenant left abruptly, said she was a photographer, always taking pictures around the building. The superintendent still had some of her belongings in storage, boxes of negatives, contact sheets, equipment. I asked to see them. My hands trembled as I sorted through hundreds of photographs. Most were architectural shots, street scenes, candid portraits of neighbors. But buried beneath layers of ordinary images, I found something that made my stomach drop. Photos of my apartment, not just the rooms, specific angles that matched my wall perfectly. And in several shots there were staging marks on the floor, tape outlines, positioning guides. The previous tenant hadn't just lived here, she had been documenting something, or someone. I called the building manager. She was reluctant to discuss the former resident, but eventually revealed that neighbors had complained about strange activities. People coming and going, sounds of furniture being moved repeatedly, and cameras, always cameras. The superintendent agreed to meet me. His weathered hands shook as he lit a cigarette. He told me the photographer had approached him about accessing other apartments when tenants were away. Said she was creating an art project about domestic spaces. He had refused, but she kept asking, getting more insistent, more desperate. Then she started asking about specific tenants, their schedules, their habits, whether they lived alone. My throat tightened. I pressed him for more details. He described how she would position herself in the lobby, studying people as they entered and left, taking notes, sketching floor plans. She had particular interest in women who lived alone on higher floors, women who kept regular schedules. I thought about my own routine, how predictable I was, same departure each morning, same return each evening. How exposed my apartment felt with all those windows. Back in my unit, I examined the scratch marks behind where my photos hung. They weren't random. They formed patterns, arrows pointing toward the bedroom, toward the bathroom, lines that mapped out movement paths through the apartment. Someone had been marking territory, planning routes. I found her contact information in the storage boxes. The photographer had kept detailed journals alongside her images, page after page of observations about building residents. My name appeared frequently, notes about my appearance, my schedule, speculation about my personal life, and references to someone else, a collaborator she called the client. The entries became increasingly erratic. She wrote about pressure to deliver results, about someone demanding more intimate documentation, about feeling trapped between her artistic vision and someone else's darker intentions. The final entries mentioned a confrontation. The client had become aggressive, threatening. She had tried to back out of whatever arrangement they had, but he wouldn't let her. She wrote about being watched, about her own photos being altered without her knowledge, about messages appearing in her darkroom. I realized the photos on my wall weren't just changing, they were being replaced with versions that had been manipulated before I even moved in. Someone had prepared multiple variations, staging different scenarios, testing different messages. The notes on the backs weren't random threats, they were instructions for a game I didn't know I was playing. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Check your bedroom closet. I hesitated. Every instinct told me to leave the apartment, to call for help, but I needed to know. The closet door creaked as I opened it. Hidden behind my hanging clothes was a small hole in the wall, fresh sawdust on the floor. The opening was just large enough for a camera lens. On the other side of that wall was the adjacent apartment, the one that had been vacant since I moved in, the one the building manager claimed was being renovated. I pressed my ear to the hole. Silence. Then the faint sound of breathing. Someone was there. Someone had been there all along, watching, waiting, documenting my life through a lens I never knew existed. The photographer's journal had one final entry I had overlooked, written in different handwriting in the margin: subject relocated, new documentation protocol in effect, phase 2 initiated. I backed away from the closet. My photos on the wall seemed to stare back at me with expressions I didn't remember making, poses I didn't remember holding, moments that felt familiar but wrong, as if someone else had been directing the scenes of my life. My hands found my phone. I started to dial, then stopped. Who would believe this? What crime had actually been committed? A few altered photographs, some notes on a wall, a hole that could have been there for years. But I knew what I had discovered. Someone had been collecting women, not physically, digitally, creating archives of their lives, their routines, their vulnerabilities, and I was just the latest addition to a collection that stretched back further than I wanted to imagine. The breathing from the next room had stopped, but I could feel eyes on me, not through the hole in the closet, from somewhere else, somewhere I hadn't found yet. I left the apartment that night with only what I could carry, but I couldn't escape the certainty that those photographs, the real ones, were still being taken, still being collected, still being shared with clients who paid for intimate documentation of women who never consented to be seen. The case was never formally opened. There was no crime scene, no missing person, no evidence that would satisfy an investigation, just a woman who moved out suddenly and a photographer who had disappeared before her. But sometimes I wonder if I really escaped or if I simply became part of a different collection, in a different apartment, with a different hole in a different wall, and new photos that change when I'm not looking. Crime 4, it wasn't a new house, but the mailbox had clearly been replaced. Sleek black, untouched by weather, except there was no slot, no keyhole, no way to open it. Still every day there was mail inside, not envelopes, objects, a glove, a spoon, a cracked phone screen, things that seemed random until I noticed they all matched things I owned, or used to own. Then came the ring I lost years ago, the one that disappeared in a move. I checked the back. My initials were still scratched on the inside. I decided to take the mailbox off the wall. It wouldn't budge. I pried at it with tools, still nothing. That night I left it alone. The next morning the door was wide open, empty, and my entire photo album was gone from the living room. I started keeping a journal after that, not for investigation purposes, at least that's what I told myself, just to track the pattern. The objects kept coming, a button from my old coat, a battery that looked exactly like one from my smoke detector. Each item felt like a message I couldn't decode, a conversation I was only hearing one side of. The woman next door had lived there longer than anyone. Her garden was always perfect, her curtains always drawn at the same angle. When I asked about the previous owners, her eyes shifted to the mailbox and back to me. She said they were quiet people, good neighbors, the kind who kept to themselves until they didn't anymore. I pressed her for details. She mentioned arguments that carried through thin walls, not screaming, something worse. The kind of low, persistent talking that made you strain to listen. She'd hear one voice, then silence, then that same voice again, like someone having a conversation with empty air. The police report was public record. I found it buried in a stack of routine calls. Welfare check requested by concerned neighbor. No answer at the door. Entry forced. House empty but lived in. Food still warm on the stove. Clothes in the dryer still damp. Personal belongings left behind, including identification and wallet. No signs of struggle. No forwarding address. But there was something else in that report. An inventory of items found in the basement, tools, photographs of various houses in the neighborhood, maps with certain properties circled, and boxes of what the officer described as personal effects not belonging to the residents. Things like jewelry, clothing items, small electronics, all carefully cataloged and stored. I started noticing things about my own house then. Scratches around the locks that weren't there before, dust patterns on surfaces that suggested items had been moved and replaced, the way certain floorboards creaked differently than they used to, small changes that could be explained away as paranoia or the natural settling of an old house. The breakthrough came when I found the key. It was tucked behind a loose board in my basement wall, wrapped in cloth that smelled like someone else's perfume. The key was small, brass, with numbers etched into the metal. It fit perfectly into a lock I discovered hidden beneath the mailbox, a second locking mechanism I'd never noticed. Inside, I found a notebook, pages of handwritten observations about the neighborhood, about me. My schedule, my habits, the things I threw away, the people who visited. But the handwriting changed throughout the book, sometimes neat and careful, other times hurried and erratic. Toward the end, it became almost illegible, like it was written by someone whose hands were shaking. The final entries were different. They weren't observations anymore, they were confessions. Admissions of taking things, of watching, of coming inside when no one was home, but they were written from my perspective in first person, as if I had written them myself, as if I had been documenting my own crimes. I compared the handwriting to my own. In some places, it was identical. The woman next door moved away the following week. She left no forwarding address, but she did leave something in her mailbox. A photograph of me taken from inside my house while I was sleeping. On the back, written in that same shaking handwriting, were 2 words, "I'm sorry." I never found out who wrote in that notebook. The police filed it as evidence in a case that was never solved. The previous owners were never located. The woman next door was never found. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I catch myself writing things I don't remember writing, making observations about my neighbors in handwriting that looks like mine but feels foreign. And every morning I check the mailbox, even though I know it's empty. Even though I'm the only one who has the key now. The ring with my initials is still on my dresser. I've never put it back on. Something about the way it feels against my skin reminds me of things I'm not sure I want to remember. Things about basement rooms I've never been in, and conversations I've never had with people whose faces I can't quite recall. The mailbox still has no keyhole on the outside, but sometimes when the light hits it just right, I can see fingerprints on the black metal. They're small, like a child's hands or someone who was very afraid. I've started leaving objects inside it again, not intentionally. I'll go to look for something, a pen, a photograph, a piece of jewelry, and find it missing from where I left it. Then, days later, there it is in the mailbox, waiting for me to discover it like I'm playing a game with myself. Or maybe someone else is playing a game with me. The notebook is still in my possession. Sometimes I read it, trying to understand what happened in this house before I lived here. But each time I open it, there are new entries, written in my handwriting, describing things I don't remember doing. Things I hope I don't remember doing. Crime 5, people started pointing it out in small ways. You sound different. Are you feeling okay? I didn't hear it at first, but one day I played a voicemail I'd left someone and it hit me. The voice wasn't mine. It was close enough that it passed in conversation, but it was flatter, slower, like someone was imitating me badly. Then came the recordings on my phone I didn't remember making. Me talking to someone in my living room, asking questions I don't recall, laughing at things that weren't funny. I live alone. One file was named Instructions. I hit play. My voice said, "Hide the recorder when you're done." I looked around my apartment, and behind a vent I found the mic, still recording, still warm. The device was small, professional grade. The kind investigators use, not something you'd pick up at an electronics store. I held it in my palm, feeling its weight, and noticed my hands were trembling. The metal was smooth except for a tiny scratch on one side, deliberate, like a mark someone would make to identify their equipment. I played more files, conversations that never happened, at least not in my memory. My voice asking detailed questions about my daily routine, my work schedule, who I talked to regularly. The responses came from another voice I recognized but couldn't place immediately. A woman, careful with her words, answering like she was reading from a script. The apartment felt different now. Every corner held potential hiding spots. I moved through rooms I'd lived in for years like they belonged to someone else. The smell of coffee lingered even though I hadn't made any that day. A book lay open on my kitchen counter, a true crime paperback I'd never purchased, bookmarked at a chapter about voice analysis in criminal investigations. I called my sister, the one who'd first mentioned my voice sounding strange. She picked up on the first ring, which wasn't like her. "I was expecting your call," she said. "What do you mean?" "Someone contacted me yesterday, said they were conducting a study about family vocal patterns, asked if I'd noticed any changes in how you speak lately." The room felt smaller. Who was it? They didn't give a name, just said they were researchers. They knew things about you, though, where you work, what car you drive. I thought you'd signed up for something. I hadn't signed up for anything. That night I went through every inch of my apartment. 3 more recording devices. One inside my bedroom lamp, another taped under my desk, the third embedded in the frame of my bathroom mirror. All of them warm, all recently active. Someone had been documenting my life in forensic detail. The files on my phone kept multiplying. Conversations spanning weeks, maybe months. My voice became more distorted in the newer recordings, like someone was fine-tuning an impersonation. But the content grew more specific. Details about my childhood only I should know. Stories I'd never told anyone, memories I'd kept private. I found a folder labeled Practice Sessions. Audio files of someone else speaking in my voice, getting better with each attempt. The early ones were obviously wrong, too high, too fast, but the recent ones were perfect. If I hadn't known better, I would have sworn it was me speaking. The woman's voice appeared in later files, giving instructions. Remember, the inflection drops at the end of questions, and there's a slight pause before saying certain words. She was teaching someone to become me. I started leaving my apartment only when necessary. Work became unbearable because every conversation felt staged. Colleagues would reference things I'd supposedly said, jokes I'd apparently made, plans I'd never agreed to. They looked at me strangely when I didn't remember, like I was the one acting unusual. The police detective I spoke with was polite but skeptical. Identity theft through voice impersonation wasn't something they encountered often. She took my statement, looked at the recording devices, and said they'd investigate, but her expression suggested she thought I was paranoid, possibly unstable. "Have you been under stress lately?" she asked. Sometimes people forget conversations they've had. I wanted to tell her about the voice coach hiding in my phone, about the careful documentation of my speech patterns, about how someone was stealing pieces of my identity one recording at a time. Instead, I nodded and said I'd been working too much. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A neighbor knocked on my door, holding a package that had been delivered to the wrong address. As she handed it over, she studied my face carefully. "You look exactly like her," she said. "Like who?" "The woman who's been using your apartment. She said she was house-sitting while you were out of town. Very polite, but something felt off. She knew too much about your routine." My legs went weak. Someone had been living my life while I was living it, using my voice, my apartment, my identity. The recordings weren't just for practice, they were documentation, evidence of a life being systematically replaced. I never found out who she was. The investigation stalled when the recording devices came back clean of fingerprints and the phone files mysteriously corrupted themselves. The detective suggested I change my locks and maybe consider therapy for stress management. But sometimes, late at night, I hear my own voice coming from somewhere in the building, not through walls or vents, but from directions that don't make sense. It's me, but not me, having conversations I'm not part of, living a life that runs parallel to mine. I've stopped answering my phone unless I can see who's calling, because the last voicemail I received was from myself, inviting me to dinner at a restaurant I've never been to, in a voice that sounds more like me than I do. Crime 6. I was cleaning the tiles when I noticed a faint outline beneath the soap tray. It looked like a seam. I scraped the grout away and revealed a handle, hidden, rusted. I pulled it. The floor lifted, revealing a space barely large enough to crawl through. At the bottom was a crate sealed shut with rope. I cut it open. Inside were children's shoes, scorched at the toes, and a VHS tape with no label. I don't even own a VHS player. I left the crate untouched and covered the door. The next day, the crate was gone, but the shoes were neatly placed on the shower floor, facing the drain. That was when I knew someone else had been in my house. The previous tenant had left suddenly, according to the landlord. Family emergency, he said, packed everything in a single afternoon, left behind a forwarding address that turned out to be a vacant lot. The deposit covered most of the damages, though the landlord seemed eager to rent the place quickly. Too eager, I thought, but the price was right, and I needed somewhere to start over. The shoes were small, maybe a size 2. Canvas sneakers with cartoon characters I didn't recognize, the kind of shoes a parent buys without asking what the child actually wants. The scorch marks weren't uniform. They looked deliberate, like someone had held a lighter to the fabric and watched it curl. The smell still lingered in the bathroom air, acrid and sweet. I bought a VHS player from a thrift store that afternoon. The clerk, an elderly woman with paint-stained fingers, asked if I was starting a collection. I told her it was for old family videos. She smiled and wrapped the player in yesterday's newspaper. The headline caught my eye. Missing child case remains cold after 2 years. Back home, I plugged in the player and inserted the tape. Static filled the screen, then a living room came into focus. Same layout as mine, but different furniture. A child's voice, muffled and distant, asking someone to stop. The camera shook. A man's voice, clearer now, telling the child to be quiet. The screen went black for several seconds, then showed a different room. A basement maybe, concrete walls. The child was crying. I stopped the tape. The neighbor across the hall had lived here longer than anyone. She introduced herself as Mrs. Chen when I moved in, brought me homemade soup, and asked too many questions about my work schedule. I knocked on her door that evening. She invited me in, served tea that tasted like flowers, and waited for me to speak. I asked about the previous tenant. Her hands tightened around her cup. Nice young man, she said, quiet, worked irregular hours, had visitors sometimes, but they never stayed long. She'd seen children coming and going, always with different adults. Thought maybe he ran a daycare, though it wasn't licensed. The children seemed tired, she said, walked slowly, stayed close to the walls. She paused, looking past me toward her window. There was a fire, she continued. Small one, happened in the middle of the night. Fire department came, but by then it was mostly smoke. The young man said it was an electrical problem, faulty wiring in the bathroom. He seemed shaken, more than you'd expect from a minor incident. Mrs. Chen had smelled something burning earlier that evening, but not wood or plastic, something organic. I thanked her for the tea and returned to my apartment. The shoes were still in the shower, positioned exactly as I'd found them. I moved them to the kitchen counter, photographed them, then put them in a plastic bag. The VHS tape went into another bag, evidence, though I wasn't sure of what. The next day I called the fire department. They kept records, the dispatcher told me, but I'd need to file a request. Public information took time to process. I gave them the address and date Mrs. Chen had provided, 3 business days minimum. I spent those days researching missing children cases in the area. The library's computer was slow, but the archives were extensive. Faces stared back at me from newspaper articles and police bulletins. So many faces. Some had been found, returned to grateful families. Others remained ghosts, their photos aging in databases while the children themselves stayed forever young. One article caught my attention. A boy aged 7 disappeared from a playground while his babysitter was distracted. The babysitter described a man who'd been watching the children play, someone who seemed familiar but couldn't be placed. The investigation stalled when witnesses provided contradictory descriptions. The case went cold after 18 months. The boy had been wearing canvas sneakers when he vanished. The fire department called back sooner than expected. The report was brief. Minor electrical fire, contained to one room, no injuries reported. But there was a note in the margin, handwritten by the responding officer. Unusual odor, possibly organic material. Owner refused entry for full inspection. I drove to the address listed as the previous tenant's workplace. It was a storage facility on the edge of town, rows of metal buildings surrounded by chain-link fence. The manager, a woman with calloused hands and suspicious eyes, remembered him. Good worker, she said, never missed a shift, kept to himself. Rented a unit here too, though she couldn't tell me which one without proper authorization. I walked the rows anyway, looking for signs of recent activity. Most units showed dust and neglect, padlocks green with age, but one caught my attention. The concrete in front was cleaner, recently swept. The lock was new, brass still bright. I pressed my ear to the metal door and heard nothing. That evening I watched the rest of the VHS tape. The basement scene continued for several more minutes. The child's voice grew quieter, then stopped altogether. The camera focused on a corner where toys were scattered across the floor. Broken toys, pieces missing, as if they'd been through something violent. Then the screen went black again. When the image returned, it showed my bathroom. Same tiles, same fixture placement, but a different shower curtain. The camera panned down to the floor, lingering on the spot where I'd found the trapdoor. Someone was digging, their hands visible at the edge of the frame. Adult hands, methodical and careful. They placed something in the hole, covered it, replaced the tiles. The work was professional, barely detectable. The tape ended there. I called the police that night. The officer who took my statement seemed tired, uninterested in another cold case theory. He took the VHS tape and the photographs of the shoes, promised to forward them to the appropriate department. Follow up in a week, he said. Sometimes these things take time to connect. But I knew they wouldn't connect, not officially. Too much time had passed, too many questions without answers. The previous tenant had vanished as completely as the child in the tape. The storage unit would require a warrant, and warrants required more evidence than scorched shoes and grainy video. I stopped sleeping in the apartment that week. Hotel rooms felt safer, anonymous, but I kept returning during the day, drawn back by questions I couldn't answer. The trapdoor remained sealed, but I could feel its presence beneath my feet. Sometimes I thought I heard sounds from below, faint scratching or movement. Probably pipes, I told myself. Old buildings make noise. Mrs. Chen stopped answering her door. I saw her curtains move when I knocked, shadows shifting behind the fabric, but she wouldn't come out. The soup she'd left outside my door went untouched, growing cold and eventually molding. Even the building's maintenance staff seemed to avoid our floor. The fire report haunted me. Unusual odor, possibly organic material. I found myself researching cremation temperatures, combustion points of different materials. Human bone requires intense heat to burn completely. Flesh chars at lower temperatures, producing that sweet, acrid smell Mrs. Chen had noticed. But I had no proof, just suspicions, coincidences, and a VHS tape that could have been filmed anywhere. The shoes might have come from any thrift store. Their scorch marks the result of a careless accident. The previous tenant's sudden departure could be explained by genuine emergency, his forwarding address a simple mistake. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. In the grocery store, I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, turn to find empty aisles. Footsteps echoed mine on the sidewalk, matching my pace until I stopped to look back. The apartment building's security cameras had been broken for months, according to the landlord. No way to verify who came and went. I decided to leave, found a new place across town, gave notice to the landlord. He seemed relieved, didn't ask for explanation beyond job transfer. The deposit came back quickly, no questions about normal wear and tear. He already had the apartment listed before I finished packing. On my last day, I returned to the bathroom one final time. The trapdoor was open again, the space below empty except for fresh concrete. Someone had filled it in, smoothed the surface, made it look untouched. But I could smell lime in the air, sharp and chemical, the kind of lime used to accelerate decomposition. The shoes were gone from my kitchen counter. In their place was a note, handwritten in careful block letters. Some doors should stay closed. I left without looking back, drove straight to the police station. The officer from before wasn't available, and his replacement seemed even less interested in my story. The VHS tape was in evidence, he said, but these things take time. Maybe someone would follow up eventually. But I know they won't. Some cases are meant to stay cold, some doors meant to stay closed. The previous tenant understood that, so did Mrs. Chen, so did whoever left that note in my kitchen. I still check missing children reports sometimes, late at night when sleep won't come. New faces appear regularly, join the gallery of the lost and forgotten. I wonder how many hidden spaces exist in ordinary homes, how many secrets lie beneath our feet, how many people choose not to see what's right in front of them. The new apartment is quiet, clean, unremarkable. No trapdoors, no hidden compartments, but sometimes I catch myself listening for sounds from below, checking corners for disturbed dust. Some habits are hard to break, Some questions refused to stay buried. And sometimes, in that space between waking and sleeping, I wonder if I was meant to find that door. If the previous tenant chose me specifically, someone who would look but not look too hard, ask questions but not demand answers, someone who would eventually walk away. Maybe that's what he counted on all along. Crime 7, not literally of course, but when I sat down I could hear something muffled, almost organic. I thought maybe an old speaker was stuck inside. I cut it open, pulling away layers of fabric and padding, deeper and deeper until I hit something solid, wood not part of the frame. It was a box. I pried it loose. It was nailed shut. I opened it. Inside was a set of headphones plugged into nothing. I put them on, and immediately I heard breathing, then crying. Then a voice saying, "Please stop." That's when I noticed the fabric I'd removed was stitched with names, dozens of them, all first names, none of them mine. The estate sale had been unremarkable. Old furniture, dusty books, the usual remnants of someone else's life. The seller, an elderly woman with nervous hands, had insisted the couch was her late husband's favorite piece. She kept touching the armrest while she spoke, like she was saying goodbye to an old friend. Her fingers left small impressions in the worn velvet. I should have noticed how she couldn't meet my eyes when I asked about its history. The recording in the headphones wasn't random noise, it was a conversation. A woman's voice trembling, asking questions I couldn't quite make out through the static. Then a man's voice, deeper, more controlled. The woman kept apologizing for something. The man kept telling her to be specific about what she'd done wrong. The audio quality was poor, like it had been recorded on an old cassette deck, but the emotion was crystal clear. Fear, pure, undiluted fear. I pulled the headphones off and examined them more carefully. They were vintage, probably from the 70s, with thick padding around the ears. The cord had been cut and reconnected multiple times, creating small bumps along its length. Someone had taken great care to preserve this recording, to hide it where it might never be found. The box itself was handmade, with dovetail joints and a brass nameplate that had been scratched beyond recognition. The fabric samples I'd removed told their own story. Each name was embroidered in different thread colors, different handwriting styles. Some looked fresh, others had faded with age. I counted 43 names total, women's names mostly, a few that could have belonged to either gender. They weren't arranged randomly, they formed a pattern like a family tree or organizational chart, with lines connecting certain names to others. I called the elderly woman who'd sold me the couch. Her phone rang twice before connecting to an automated message saying the number was no longer in service. I drove back to the address where the sale had been held. The house was empty, with a "for rent" sign planted in the overgrown front yard. The neighbors claimed they'd never seen an estate sale there. One woman insisted the house had been vacant for months. The local library's newspaper archives revealed something interesting. 3 separate missing person reports over the past decade, all involving women whose first names matched those embroidered on the fabric. The reports were filed in different areas, months apart, with no apparent connection between the cases. Each woman had simply vanished from her normal routine, leaving behind puzzled family members and unanswered questions. I listened to the recording again, this time with better headphones, trying to catch details I'd missed. The background noise included what sounded like traffic, but distant, like the recording had been made in a basement or soundproofed room. There were also periodic mechanical sounds, clicks and whirs that reminded me of old recording equipment cycling through its operations. The conversation itself was clearly coercive. The woman was being forced to confess to something, but the man's questions were too distorted to understand completely. The pattern in the embroidered names became clearer as I studied it longer. It wasn't a family tree, it was a timeline. The names were arranged chronologically, with the oldest faded threads at the top and newer additions toward the bottom. The last name was stitched in bright red thread that looked recently purchased. Below it was a space, as if someone had been preparing to add another name. I contacted a friend who worked in audio restoration. She cleaned up the recording enough for me to understand more of the conversation. The woman was being forced to describe her daily routine, her family members, her fears. The man was methodical, patient, like he was conducting an interview rather than whatever this actually was. Near the end of the recording, the woman mentioned an address, my address. The couch had been in my living room for 3 weeks. I'd sat on it every evening, watching television, reading, sometimes falling asleep there. The thought that someone had been listening to those recordings, studying that fabric, while I was just a few feet away made my skin crawl. I checked every inch of my house for hidden cameras or recording devices, but found nothing. Still, the feeling of being watched persisted. I started researching the previous owners of my house. The property records showed it had changed hands frequently over the past 15 years, with most owners staying less than 2 years. One name appeared multiple times in the transfer documents, always as a witness or estate executor, never as the actual buyer or seller. This person seemed to have an unusual interest in the property's transactions. The recording equipment hidden in the couch was more sophisticated than I'd initially realized. A small digital recorder had been wired to the headphones, set to activate whenever someone sat on the cushions. It had been recording for weeks, capturing hours of my private conversations, phone calls, and daily activities. The memory card was nearly full. I found the elderly woman's real name through the property management company that had handled the fake estate sale. She was living in a care facility across town, suffering from advanced dementia. When I visited her, she didn't remember selling me anything, but when I mentioned the couch, her expression changed. She grabbed my arm with surprising strength and whispered that she'd tried to burn it twice, but it kept coming back. The nurses said she often talked about furniture that wouldn't stay destroyed. The audio recordings on the memory card included more than just my activities. There were older files dating back months featuring different voices in different locations. Each recording followed the same pattern, normal household sounds interrupted by the same coercive questioning. The same methodical voice asking about routines, relationships, fears, always ending with the victim providing their address. I'm writing this because I found my name embroidered on a new piece of fabric today. It was folded neatly and placed under my front door while I was at work. The stitching is fresh, done in the same bright red thread as the last name on the couch. Below my name is another blank space, as if someone is still collecting names, still adding to the pattern. The couch is gone now. I donated it to a charity shop across town, but I keep checking their website to see if it's been sold. I've changed my locks, installed a security system, and moved my bedroom to the back of the house. But I still hear that breathing sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet. And I wonder if the next person who finds that couch will be smart enough to look inside, or if they'll just sit down and become part of the pattern. The recording is still playing somewhere. I can feel it. Crime 8, I woke up with a strange itch on the soles of my feet like tiny bites. I checked for bugs, found nothing, but the carpet it felt off, too warm in places. I pressed down with my palm, it pulsed. I thought I imagined it until I moved the table and saw the imprint of a body, long, full-sized, like someone had laid there for hours. I hadn't had anyone over. I peeled back a corner of the rug. The floor underneath was soft, not like wood, like meat. That night I slept on the couch. And woke up with the couch cushions rearranged to spell my name. The apartment had been empty for 6 months before I moved in. The landlord mentioned the previous tenant left suddenly, but nothing more. I'd gotten a good deal on the rent, too good maybe. The carpet came with the place, thick burgundy, covering most of the living room. It had seemed like a bonus at first. I started paying attention to details I'd missed before. The carpet had darker patches, irregular shapes that looked almost organic. When I ran my fingers over them, they felt different from the rest, softer, slightly damp despite the dry air. I took photos, compared them day by day. The patches were growing. The neighbor across the hall was an elderly woman who spent most of her time watching through her peephole. I knocked on her door one evening, introduced myself. She invited me in for coffee, her hands shaking as she poured from a chipped pot. "The previous tenant," I said carefully. "Do you remember anything unusual about him?" Her eyes went distant. He was quiet, too quiet. Never heard footsteps, never heard the TV, but sometimes there were other sounds. "What kind of sounds?" She paused, staring into her cup, dragging like furniture being moved, but it went on for hours, always at night. I asked about visitors, delivery trucks, anything that might explain the sounds. She shook her head. No one came, no one left, not until the end. Back in my apartment, I examined the carpet more closely. Under bright light, I could see fibers that didn't match the rest. They were coarser, darker, and they formed patterns that looked almost like stains. But not ordinary stains. These had texture, depth, as if something had been pressed into the fibers and left a permanent impression. I found a receipt tucked behind the refrigerator, dated from months ago. It was for carpet cleaning supplies, industrial strength, the kind used for biological contamination. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. At the bottom, someone had written, "It won't come out," in pencil. The building superintendent was reluctant to talk about the previous tenant. I cornered him in the basement while he was checking the water heater. His face went pale when I mentioned the apartment number. "That guy," he muttered. "He stopped paying rent 3 months before he left, but we couldn't evict him. Every time we went up there, he'd answer the door like everything was normal, except he looked different each time, thinner, sick." "Did anyone file a missing person report?" "No family, no friends. He worked from home, some kind of online business. The police came once, welfare check. They said he seemed fine." But the superintendent's hands were trembling as he spoke. "The smell," he whispered. "We all smelled it, coming from the vents, seeping through the walls, sweet but wrong, like flowers left in water too long." I started sleeping with the lights on. The carpet seemed to move in the darkness, shifting patterns that disappeared when I looked directly at them. I placed objects on specific spots, marking their positions. By morning they'd moved, not far, just enough to notice. The building's previous maintenance records were stored in the basement. I convinced the superintendent to let me look through them. What I found made my stomach turn. Work orders for that apartment going back years. Repeated requests for carpet cleaning, floor repairs, ventilation issues. All signed by different tenants, but the complaints were identical. The same words, the same descriptions, even the same handwriting. I compared the signatures. They were all the same person, just written with different hands. Some steady, some shaking, some barely legible, as if each signature was written by the same person at different stages of illness or distress. The final work order was different. It was a request to remove the carpet entirely, to examine the subfloor, but it was never completed. There was a note scrawled in red ink, "Tenant deceased, apartment to be cleaned and re-rented." But there was no death certificate on file, no obituary, no record of a body being removed from the building. I went back to the neighbor. She was more willing to talk this time, as if she'd been waiting for someone to ask the right questions. "He wasn't the first," she said. "That apartment has had 6 tenants in the past decade. They all left the same way. quietly, suddenly, leaving everything behind, but they all stayed too long first. Months passed when they should have left. What do you mean? You can see it happening. They get thin, pale. They stop leaving the apartment, stop answering the door, but they're still there, moving around at night. And then one day, the moving truck comes and there's a new tenant. She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. But I never see them leave. I watch that door constantly. I've never seen any of them actually leave. I realized I hadn't left the building in 3 days. The thought of going outside made me feel sick, dizzy. The carpet under my feet felt warm, comforting. When I sat on the floor, it seemed to mold itself to my body, supporting me in ways that felt too personal, too intimate. The building records showed something else. The carpet had been installed decades ago, long before any of the recent tenants, but it looked new, fresh, as if it regenerated itself. The fibers were too perfect, too uniform, except for those dark patches that kept spreading. I found a camera in the apartment's smoke detector, so small I almost missed it. It wasn't connected to any security system I could find. The memory card was full of footage showing the apartment at night, empty except for the carpet. But in the videos, the carpet moved on its own, rippling like water, forming shapes that looked almost human. The final video showed me sleeping on the floor, but I was facing the wrong direction, my body contorted in ways that should have been painful. And I was smiling, even though I remembered having nightmares. I tried to leave that night, packed my things, called a friend to help me move, but when I reached for the door handle, my hand wouldn't obey. My legs felt heavy, rooted to the floor. The carpet beneath my feet pulsed with what felt like a heartbeat. The friend arrived, knocked on the door, called my name. I opened my mouth to answer, but the words that came out weren't mine. "I'm fine," I heard myself say. "I've decided to stay." Through the peephole, I watched my friend leave, confused and concerned. I wanted to run after him, to scream for help, but my body wouldn't move. The carpet felt warm against my bare feet, almost alive. Now I understand why the previous tenants never left, why their signatures got weaker with each work order. The carpet doesn't just cover the floor, it feeds on whoever lives here, slowly, patiently, until there's nothing left but the impression of a body pressed into its fibers. I've been writing this story for weeks, trying to document what's happening, but each time I read it back, the words have changed. The handwriting looks different, shakier. Sometimes I find pages I don't remember writing, signed with names I don't recognize. The building superintendent came by yesterday. He looked at me through the crack in the door and nodded, as if he'd seen this before. "The new tenant will be moving in next month," he said. "We'll need you to clear out by then." But I know I won't leave. None of us ever do. We just become part of the pattern, another dark patch in the carpet, another signature on a work order that will never be completed. The itching on my feet has stopped. I can't feel my toes anymore. When I look down, I can't tell where my skin ends and the carpet begins. Someone new will move in soon. They'll get a good deal on the rent, think they're lucky. They'll love the thick, burgundy carpet that covers most of the living room. And late at night, when they're sleeping, they'll feel it pulse beneath them like a heartbeat, warm and alive and hungry. The pattern continues. It always has. It always will. Crime 9, I heard it first in the hallway, a low thrum like a heartbeat too deep to be mine. I pressed my hand against the wall. It expanded under my touch, then deflated. I called a contractor who swore there were no vents behind that part of the wall. I asked a neighbor to come feel it. By the time they arrived, the wall was still. But now every time I walk past it, it sighs, soft and disappointed. One night I pressed my ear against it. And from within I heard my own voice whisper, "Don't leave me again." That's when I started keeping the journal, not for the wall, but for her, because I realized the voice wasn't mine at all. It belonged to someone who used to live here before me, someone whose belongings I'd found scattered in boxes in the basement storage room. Old photographs, letters tied with ribbon, a diary with pages torn out. The previous owner had left in a hurry, the realtor told me. Family emergency. But the more I read through those scattered papers, the more I understood that emergencies don't usually involve leaving behind wedding rings and birth certificates. The first photograph I found showed a woman with dark hair standing in this very hallway, her hand pressed against the same wall where I'd felt the breathing. In the picture, she's smiling, but there's something strained about her expression, like she's holding her breath. On the back, someone had written "Last good day" in blue ink. I held the photo up to the light, studying her face, wondering what made it the last of anything. The diary entries I could still read painted a picture of isolation. She wrote about sounds in the walls, about feeling watched, about phone calls where no one spoke but she could hear breathing on the other end. Her handwriting grew shakier as the pages progressed. The final legible entry mentioned a man who'd been coming around, asking questions about her husband. She'd underlined the word "husband" 3 times, so hard the pen had torn through the paper. I started asking around the neighborhood casually at first. The elderly woman next door remembered her, said she'd seemed nervous those last few weeks, always looking over her shoulder, checking the locks multiple times. Another neighbor mentioned seeing a car parked across the street for days, someone sitting inside smoking cigarettes and watching the house. But when pressed for details, memories became fuzzy. People remembered impressions more than facts. The breathing in the walls grew stronger. I could feel it now even from the living room, a rhythmic pulse that seemed to sync with my own heartbeat. I started sleeping with a recorder running, capturing hours of ambient sound. During playback, beneath the white noise of the heater and settling wood, I heard something else. Muffled voices, too distant to understand but close enough to raise the hair on my arms. I enhanced the audio, filtered out background noise. What emerged was a conversation between 2 people, one pleading, one coldly rational. "You can't keep doing this," the first voice said, desperate and familiar. "You don't understand the situation," came the reply, measured and calm. "I won't let you hurt anyone else. You don't have a choice anymore." The recording cut to static after that, but I'd heard enough. I knew that first voice belonged to the woman in the photographs. The second voice, though, remained unidentifiable, neither distinctly male nor female, just coldly methodical. I found the police report buried in public records, a missing person case that had gone cold after 2 weeks. The woman had simply vanished, leaving behind no note, no indication of where she might have gone. Her husband had been questioned extensively but cleared of any involvement. He'd been out of town on business, had receipts, witnesses, an airtight alibi. The case file mentioned inconsistencies in his statements about their relationship, but nothing concrete enough to pursue. The most disturbing detail came from the forensics report. They'd found traces of blood in the basement, but not enough to indicate serious violence. Just a few drops, like someone had cut themselves opening a can or handling broken glass. The report noted that the blood had been cleaned with bleach, which struck the investigators as unusual for such a minor amount. People don't typically bleach away small accidents. I decided to visit the basement again, armed with a blacklight I'd ordered online. The previous searches had been cursory, focused on the obvious storage areas. This time I examined every corner, every pipe, every support beam. Behind the furnace, in a space barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, I found scratches in the concrete wall, deep gouges that formed letters when I traced them with my finger. "He knows." The breathing in the walls stopped after that discovery. The house fell silent in a way that felt more ominous than the mysterious sounds had been. I called the detective who'd handled the original case, now retired but willing to meet for coffee. He remembered the investigation clearly, said it had bothered him for years afterward. The husband was clean on paper, he told me, stirring sugar into his cup with shaking hands. But there was something off about him, too calm, too prepared for every question. Most people in his situation would be frantic, desperate for answers. He seemed more concerned with managing the investigation than finding his wife. The detective had kept unofficial notes, details that hadn't made it into the formal report. The husband had tried to have the house put up for sale within days of his wife's disappearance, claiming he couldn't bear to live there anymore. When family members objected, he backed down, but continued making arrangements privately with real estate agents. The detective had also noticed that the husband seemed unusually familiar with police procedures, asking specific questions about evidence collection and witness interviews. We looked into his background, the detective continued. Clean record, respectable job, no red flags, but his ex-wife from a previous marriage had filed restraining orders twice. Both times the orders were dropped after she moved out of state. When we tried to contact her for the investigation, we found out she died in a car accident 2 years prior. Single vehicle collision, no witnesses. I felt something cold settle in my stomach as he spoke. The pattern was becoming clear, but proving it would be nearly impossible. The detective confirmed my suspicions about evidence that couldn't quite be evidence, coincidences that were too convenient to ignore but too circumstantial to prosecute. The worst part, he said, leaning forward conspiratorially, was finding out who bought the house after the case went cold. Real estate records showed it was purchased by a shell company, but when we dug deeper, the company was registered to a lawyer who'd represented the husband in his divorce proceedings. The husband got his sale after all, just with extra steps to maintain plausible deniability. I left the coffee shop with more questions than answers, but one fact had crystallized in my mind. I was living in a crime scene that had been deliberately obscured. The breathing walls, the voices in the recordings, the scratched message behind the furnace, they weren't supernatural phenomena. They were evidence of someone's final, desperate attempts to leave a trail. That night I sat in the hallway where it had all started, my back against the wall that had first drawn my attention. I closed my eyes and listened to the silence, trying to imagine what she had experienced in those final days. The fear of being watched, the growing realization that the person she trusted most was planning something terrible, the desperate hope that someone would eventually piece together the clues she was trying to leave behind. The house holds its secrets differently now. I've stopped trying to record the voices or document the anomalies. Instead, I've become a custodian of her story, protecting the evidence she risked everything to preserve. The photographs remain in their hiding places, the diary stays locked in my safe, and the scratched message behind the furnace serves as a reminder that some truths are too dangerous to fully expose. Because I've learned something the original detective suspected but could never prove. The husband never really left. The shell company that bought the house, the lawyer who facilitated the sale, the systematic removal of any trace of what happened here, it all points to someone with resources, connections, and the patience to wait for the investigation to fade from public memory. Sometimes I catch glimpses of a figure watching the house from different vantage points around the neighborhood. Never the same location twice, never close enough to identify clearly, but always there at the edges of my peripheral vision. I've started varying my routines, taking different routes to work, shopping at different stores. Not because I'm afraid, but because I understand now that some investigations never really end. They just change investigators. The walls have stopped breathing, but the house still whispers her story to anyone willing to listen. And someday, when the timing is right and the evidence is overwhelming, someone will finally hear it loud enough to act on what they've learned. Until then, I keep her secrets safe, knowing that patience is the only weapon left in a game where the rules were written by the person who had the most to lose. Story 10, the real estate listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints remained silent on its existence. Yet as the family peeled back the worn carpet, a hidden door emerged, its handle rusted and weighty. With combined effort, they forced it open, unveiling a gust of stale air heavy with the perfume of moist soil. Descending steps beckoned into the shadows below. Their expectation of storage shifted as they encountered a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb. Adorning the wall behind it, a series of photographs depicting them. Images stolen from within the confines of their own home. The Mercer family settled into the suburban dwelling amidst the grip of winter, when darkness descended swiftly and skeletal trees loomed against the frigid sky. The aged two-story abode, with its weathered exterior and creaking floors, exuded a charm they had convinced themselves of. A charm intertwined with a history they had not fathomed, one that would violently collide with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene alongside her partner, the crime scene unit already cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's quivering voice had relayed the discovery beneath their living room floor, prompting Connors to order a meticulous documentation before further exploration. Gloved hands expertly clasped the camera, illuminating the stairwell in sudden bursts as the forensic team captured the eerie scene. The wooden steps groaned beneath their weight as they descended into the compact basement, akin to the size of a standard bedroom, its concrete walls painted a somber gray. Positioned at the room's heart, a solitary chair stood bolted to the ground. Above it, a stark bulb cast sharp shadows that drifted from an unseen breeze. Yet it was the lineup of photographs that commanded attention. 37 images arranged meticulously in chronological order. These date back nearly 4 weeks, noted Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the prints. Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer dozing on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the children in their rooms. Despite a thorough investigation, no signs of forced entry emerged, no shattered windows or tampered locks. The security system had remained silent. Nothing had been stolen, only their privacy and the sense of security that once enveloped the family. Forensics identified multiple fingerprints throughout the basement, most belonging to past owners of the property. Records unveiled a revolving door of ownership, with 6 families preceding the Mercers, each departing within a year and selling at diminishing values. None had ever referenced an underground chamber. "We must interview every previous owner," Connors directed, leafing through her notepad. The case grew increasingly disconcerting as they traversed back through the property's history. Discrepancies surfaced in the records, blueprints altered between sales, permits filed and retracted, inspection reports with redacted sections. A breakthrough ensued during the interrogation of the contractor who had renovated the residence 7 years prior. Visibly shaken, he denied the room's existence, stating, "I stripped that place to the bones. No basement, no door, nothing but dirt and concrete beneath the living room." Extraction of data from a concealed memory card within the light fixture yielded hundreds more images, not solely of the Mercers but of former occupants. Children slumbering, parents bickering, intimate moments, mundane routines, all captured by an unauthorized observer. The case delved into deeper shadows upon the recovery of audio files from a weatherproof box secreted in the basement's corner. Voice recordings from the master bedroom, kitchen, living room, all captured with a quality suggesting hidden microphones throughout the house, though none had been uncovered initially. "Every wall must be torn down," Connors decreed, urgency lacing her tone. "Inspect air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been surveilling these families for years." Concealed behind the photograph display, investigators unearthed a narrow passage leading to a monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to wireless cameras, and a journal brimming with meticulous observations on each family that had resided in the home. Their routines, their schedules, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The script mirrored samples from the property's original builder, identified as Edward Kelvin. His demise during the house's construction emerged as suspicious, devoid of a filed death certificate or funeral arrangements. Edward Kelvin had vanished from public records, leaving behind a labyrinth of hidden spaces within the structure. The final journal entries spiraled into madness, with phrases like "they never looked down" and "they never see me" recurring. The conclusive page bore a chilling revelation. The next family arrives tomorrow. Fingerprint analysis confirmed the detectives' growing suspicion Edward Kelvin had never departed the edifice he erected. Rather, he had retreated into its concealed recesses, constructing a web of observation points to monitor families who believed themselves solitary inhabitants. The manhunt spanned 3 days before discovering Kelvin nestled within a crawlspace linking the second-floor bedrooms, his emaciated form attuned to navigating the narrow passages he had crafted within the walls. Blinking against the torchlight, his eyes reflected an aversion to direct illumination. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as mere actors in his secluded theater, observing them with the detachment of a detached scientist, documenting without intrusion. "They welcomed me," he murmured to investigators, his voice tranquil and rational. "They signed the deeds, they became mine." A psychological evaluation unveiled Kelvin's severe delusions, perceiving himself not as an interloper but as the guardian of the abode, with families serving as transient guests in what he deemed his eternal dwelling. The Mercers forsook the property, leaving behind possessions, salvaging only essentials in suitcases. As the criminal proceedings unfolded, the house stood vacant. The trial unveiled the expanse of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawlspaces, observation points woven into the architecture, meticulously planned before the initial brick was laid. Upon the jury's verdict, Kelvin displayed no emotion, having already receded into the labyrinth of his mind, where he roamed imperceptibly through the corridors of the house existing now solely in memory. The property met eventual demolition, its soil excavated and replaced. Yet, for the families who dwelled within, the violation lingered. They were haunted not by what had been seized, but by the uncharted presence observing, eavesdropping, documenting their intimate moments within walls they had entrusted to safeguard them. In quiet intervals, they found themselves casting wary glances at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering if they were genuinely alone now, contemplating if they ever truly had been. Story 11: The Enigmatic Captivation. In the quiet of the night, a subtle flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, like a secret message from the unseen. The mother, nestled in her bed, brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the digital realm. But then a crackling of static filled the room, and a voice, soft and haunting, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept through her veins, freezing her in place. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, fear gripping her soul. Yet upon entering, she found the crib empty, a void where her precious Samuel should have been. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a plush rabbit lying on the floor, its unblinking black eyes fixed upon her. Rebecca's screams pierced the night, echoing into the void. The neighbors, awakened by her distress, summoned help, their concern palpable. When the authorities arrived, they discovered Rebecca, cradling the rabbit, lost in a world of agony and disbelief. Samuel, her innocent 4-month-old, had vanished without a trace. The investigation that followed was shrouded in mystery. No signs of forced entry marred the home, the security system standing steadfast through the night. The baby monitor footage, once innocuous, now held a sinister whisper and static that defied explanation. How could a child disappear without a trace, leaving behind only a spectral voice and a stuffed toy? Suspicions turned to Rebecca, her past struggles with postpartum depression casting a shadow of doubt. Her husband, Daniel, absent during the ordeal, raised eyebrows with his absence and strained marriage. Whispers of betrayal and suspicion fluttered through the community like restless spirits. Then a glimmer of hope emerged. Tiny fibers foreign to the household were discovered on the nursery windowsill, a clue leading to a revelation. A skilled intruder, using a rare climbing rope, may have ascended to the nursery from the outside, leaving behind a trail of uncertainty. As the focus shifted, Daniel returned, a man torn between loyalty and deceit. His hands bore telltale calluses, remnants of a newfound hobby in rock climbing. The pieces began to align: financial motives, clandestine phone calls, a hidden life coming to light. The web of deception unraveled further with each discovery. The baby monitor, once a source of comfort, now revealed a dark truth. Hacked and manipulated, its whispers were not from within but a remote echo of malice. The trail led to a basement where Samuel was found, tended to by a woman named Elaine, a specter from Daniel's past. Elaine's eyes held no remorse as she was led away, her connection to Daniel unearthed through shadows of the past. A plan crafted in secrecy, a child claimed as restitution, and the echoes of a miscarriage haunting their every step. In the courtroom, silence reigned as the baby monitor's audio played, unraveling the tapestry of deceit. Daniel's cough, a damning echo of guilt, sealed their fate. Sentenced for their crimes, they faced justice for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangerment. Rebecca and Samuel, scarred but resilient, sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of betrayal. The baby monitor, a witness to darkness, remained a silent sentinel of truth, its whispered secrets locked away. As the night embraced them in its soothing embrace, the world drifted into dreams, the mysteries of the past fading into slumber, a lullaby of closure and peace. Story 12. The calf had been his sanctuary for countless mornings, same spot, same brew, same quietude. The barista recognized his face, yet his name remained a mystery to all. Then one day he failed to appear. When authorities inspected his usual haunt, they stumbled upon a forsaken wallet. Inside lay a driver's license bearing a photo, but devoid of any identifying details, only an empty void where his name should have been. Upon scrutinizing the security footage, Detective Sarah Mercer felt a chill run down her spine. The enigmatic figure, now dubbed John Doe in the case records, seemed ordinary on screen. Average stature, unassuming features, clad in a navy coat and toting a weathered leather bag. Nothing about him stood out, rendering his vanishing act all the more perplexing. "Replay it once more," she directed the tech expert. The footage depicted John entering the cafe amid the bustling morning rush. He ordered his usual black coffee, sans sweetener, and settled at the secluded table partially veiled by a leafy plant. Seated, he extracted a notebook from his bag and began jotting down thoughts. Occasionally, he would sip his coffee, gazing out the window. Then came the pivotal moment. He rested his wallet on the table, rose, and strolled towards the restroom corridor. Yet he never returned to his seat. He never emerged through any exit. He simply vanished into thin air. "Inspect the restroom footage," Mercer urged. "Here's the thing," the specialist replied. "He never set foot in any restroom. We've combed through each camera angle. It's as if he dissolved into nothingness." Back at the precinct, Mercer sifted through the wallet's contents spread across her desk. The license photo matched the enigmatic man, yet the personal details were conspicuously absent, replaced by blank spaces. The credit cards bore no names, only strings of 16 digits that led to non-existent accounts. Neatly stacked cash of varying denominations, a receipt from the CAF dated 3 days prior, and a solitary business card blank on both sides save for a faintly printed phone number in gray ink. Upon dialing the number, the call connected, but silence lingered on the line. Faint sounds of rustling paper, perhaps pages being turned, echoed before the call abruptly ended. The long-time barista couldn't offer much insight. He was a quiet one, always courteous, generous with tips. I think he may have had an accent, but his voice was so hushed it was hard to discern. "Did he ever engage with anyone here, hold conversations?" Mercer inquired. "Never. Always alone, always engrossed in that notebook." The notebook remained on the table beside the abandoned wallet, its pages filled with what seemed like coded text or ciphers. Cryptographers from the department struggled to decipher it. Some pages featured sketches, blueprints of structures that bore no resemblance to any known buildings in the vicinity. Mercer dispatched officers to canvass the neighborhood with John Doe's photos. No one recognized him. No missing persons reports matched his description. His fingerprints yielded no matches in any database. It was as though he existed solely within the confines of that CAF. During her inquiries, Mercer noticed an anomaly in the security footage. Each morning when John entered the CAF, the camera's timestamp flickered momentarily. The tech specialist dismissed it as a glitch, but Mercer harbored doubts. Returning to the CAF, she occupied his table. From this vantage point, she could observe both the entrance and the corridor leading to the restrooms. Suspended between them hung an ancient mirror, its frame intricately adorned with symbols akin to those in John's notebook. When the CAF owner arrived, Mercer inquired about the mirror. "That old thing, been here longer than me, came with the building. Weighty as sin, requires 2 men to shift it." "Has it ever been relocated for cleaning or redecoration?" "Not in my time. Why do you ask?" Mercer approached the mirror, studying her reflection. The glass cast a subtle distortion, lending her reflection a depth beyond normal. She extended her hand to touch the surface, anticipating cool glass, yet felt an unusual warmth emanating from it. The forensics team arrived to scrutinize the mirror. Upon detaching it from the wall, they uncovered a hidden compartment behind it. Nestled within were a series of identical wallets, each containing a driver's license bearing the same photo but void of any personal data. Adjacent to them lay a leather-bound journal brimming with entries spanning decades, inscribed in the same hand as the notebook left behind. The final entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The threshold is closing." Investigators found John Doe's fingerprints throughout the concealed space. Carbon dating of the earliest wallet suggested it was approximately 50 years old, yet the photo depicted the same ageless visage. The journal entries detailed what seemed to be experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference. Allusions to return crossings and convergence points were scattered throughout. One passage seized Mercer's attention. The CAF acts as a nexus point where realities converge. The mirror serves as the portal. When alignment occurs, transit becomes viable. As the investigation deepened, peculiar occurrences unfolded around the CAF. Patrons reported witnessing their reflections moving independently in the window panes. Several claimed to have glimpsed John Doe seated at his customary table, though surveillance cameras showed an empty space. A breakthrough in the case transpired when an elderly woman reached out to the police station inquiring about the investigation. She introduced herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist involved in classified government projects. She identified John Doe as Daniel Weston from the news reports. His true name was Daniel Weston, she elaborated. He was a brilliant theoretical physicist who vanished while studying an experimental project involving quantum mirror surfaces with the potential to facilitate matter's passage between parallel realities. Keller furnished documents indicating Weston had been presumed deceased following a laboratory mishap. The date of his disappearance aligned with the initial entry in the journal found concealed behind the mirror. He postulated that our reality is but one of numerous coexisting realms, Keller continued. He theorized certain locales served as weak points between these realms, places where one could conceivably traverse. Armed with this revelation, Mercer revisited the caf. She unearthed that the edifice stood on land once occupied by the research facility where Weston had dwelled. The caf had been erected directly atop the laboratory from which he vanished. The investigation reached its pinnacle when, while scrutinizing the surveillance footage late one night, Mercer discerned a detail previously overlooked. Reflected in the mirror, she saw John Doe Daniel Weston observing himself seated at the table. Two iterations of the same man coexisting simultaneously. Hastening to the caf to re-inspect the mirror, Mercer encountered it shattered on the floor. Amidst the shards lay a final missive inscribed in the familiar hand. The experiment concludes. The portal is sealed. Do not pursue. The enigma of the phantom man lingers unsolved. The caf shuttered shortly after the inquiry and the structure was eventually razed. Daniel Weston's remains were never recovered. His notebooks and journals vanished from the evidence vault under mysterious circumstances. Detective Mercer resigned from the force not long after. Locals sporadically glimpse her seated on her porch, feverishly scribbling in a notebook akin to Weston's. Adorning her wall hangs a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface occasionally appearing to undulate when unobserved. Story 13. Renovations always bring to light peculiar things, old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. But when the couple pried up the floorboards, they stumbled upon a letter tucked neatly beneath the wood. The paper, fragile and the ink faded, bore a clear message: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could process this mysterious warning, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, sending shivers down their spines. Sarah and Michael had acquired the Victorian-era home at an estate auction, captivated by its intricate moldings and storied past. Little did they expect that their renovation project would unveil something so unsettling. Detective Alina Reed arrived at the scene with her partner, the floorboards still uprooted, exposing the shadowy void underneath. Her weathered hands, evidence of years spent sifting through clues, delicately retrieved the note with gloved fingers, mindful of potential contamination by the couple. As Sarah and Michael recounted the chilling sound of knocking, Reed scrutinized their faces, detecting genuine fear. Background checks on the couple revealed nothing amiss. Newlyweds with solid credit and steady jobs, they seemed unconnected to the enigmatic message. However, the house bore a complex history. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for generations, it had stood vacant for 2 years following the passing of the final resident, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow who led a solitary life. Neighbors described Margaret as reclusive yet amiable, with no known enemies and no suspicious circumstances surrounding her demise deemed natural causes by the coroner. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, a sense of unease lingered. Forensic analysis dated the note back some 20 years. The handwriting displayed hints of distress, indicating fear or urgency. At that time, Margaret would have been in her 60s, living with her late husband, Franklin, who had passed away 5 years prior. Reed delved deeper into her investigation, scouring county records and interviewing acquaintances of the Hargroves. Franklin, a respected retired teacher with a penchant for woodworking, left behind several of his handcrafted pieces in the house. A former student recalled Franklin's descent into paranoia during his final teaching years, mentioning a constant fear of being watched, initially dismissed as early signs of dementia. A breakthrough arose during Reed's conversation with Margaret's sister, now residing in a nursing home. Though her memory wavered, certain details remained vivid. Margaret feared him toward the end, she murmured softly. Not Franklin, no, the man who knocked, the collector. Reed lined in, inquiring, the collector. Franklin was in debt, owing money from gambling. The man would knock 3 times, always 3. Margaret wanted to sell the house to settle the debt, but Franklin refused. Returning to the house with a forensic team, Reed oversaw the systematic search of the crawlspace, leading to a chilling discovery by the cadaver dog's male skeleton, its skull fractured in multiple places, wrapped in plastic beneath the foundation. Dental records ruled out Franklin Hargrove as the victim, as he had been cremated per his wishes. This unidentified individual had seemingly vanished without a trace. Further excavation unveiled more secrets: a wallet encased in plastic, containing an ID belonging to Victor Mercer, recognized by the police as a loan shark and collector for an illicit gambling ring who had disappeared 2 decades earlier. The puzzle pieces fell into place through forensic evidence and Margaret's hidden diaries found in the attic. Franklin's escalating gambling debts had prompted Mercer's visit, leading to a fatal altercation. Margaret had assisted in concealing the crime, motivated by fear and loyalty. Her diaries chronicled the anguish she endured in the aftermath, haunted by phantom knocks and a growing sense of paranoia. With Franklin's demise, Margaret lived out her days in solitude within the tainted home, guarding their dark secret. Her diary entries spiraled into paranoia, hinting at a looming threat. The knocking persists. I sense someone is aware. The case was eventually closed, and Victor Mercer's remains were returned to his family. Justice, though belated and chilling, had been served. Sarah and Michael chose to sell the house, unable to bear its grim legacy. It now stands vacant, the renovations halted. Locals whisper of spectral knocks piercing the stillness of the night, leaving the source of the sounds shrouded in mystery. The ominous note remains secured in evidence storage, its cautionary words echoing through time. Don't trust the one who knocked. Margaret's intentions behind the cryptic message, whether aimed at Mercer, Franklin, or an unknown figure who unearthed their secret, remain veiled in uncertainty. Some enigmas, as noted by Detective Reed in her conclusive report, defy complete unraveling, preserving an air of intrigue even when the truth seems within reach. Story 14, The Dollhouse in the Attic ***. Upstairs was a place she avoided, a place that held a certain unease for her. But when the storm came, bringing with it a leak in the roof, she had no choice but to venture into the attic. The air was thick with the scent of neglect, the forgotten things of years past draped in layers of dust and cobwebs. Among the shadows, tucked away in the farthest corner, sat an old dollhouse. It was a curious sight, the miniature structure eerily detailed, its tiny furniture arranged with meticulous care. As she peered into the tiny rooms, a sense of dread crept over her. The figures inside were not mere dolls, they were intricate, hand-carved replicas of her own family, each tiny figure positioned exactly as they were in the rooms downstairs, frozen in time. But there was one unsettling difference: the figure meant to represent her was not seated, but standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan tentatively reached out and ran her finger across the dollhouse roof, tracing the spot where the small wooden figure stood. A shiver ran down her spine, unrelated to the cold draft that whispered through the rafters. This dollhouse should not have been there at all. This was not her childhood home, but a rental property her family had only recently moved into. The discovery of the dollhouse set off a chain of events that would unravel a chilling mystery. Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement brought officers to the suburban residence, where they found a family in distress, refusing to return to the attic. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially dismissed their fears as mere paranoia, a product of unfamiliar surroundings. But as she examined the dollhouse, Detective Harmon was struck by the intricate detail of the miniatures. Each tiny figure captured a unique aspect of the family members: the father's thinning hair, the son's favorite hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. The discovery of fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family member raised the stakes of the investigation. Forensic teams made a startling revelation: the miniature figures were equipped with microscopic cameras, all connected to a sophisticated surveillance system hidden beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the footage revealed a disturbing truth: the positions of the figures did not just mimic the family's current whereabouts, but also mirrored their movements on different days, indicating a prolonged period of observation. "We weren't dealing with a simple case of stalking," Detective Harmon explained. "The level of obsession displayed by the perpetrator was unprecedented. The investigation took a dark turn when a hidden basement entrance was uncovered, leading to a makeshift living space where evidence suggested someone had been residing beneath the family's feet for weeks." The absence of forced entry puzzled investigators. Property records revealed the house had been vacant for a year before the Morgans arrived. Interviews with neighbors offered little insight except for occasional sightings of lights in the empty house. The breakthrough came through digital forensics, tracing the surveillance data to an apartment across town. Inside the apartment of Martin Wells, son of the previous homeowners, a disturbing truth emerged. Wells had been covertly living in the house, using the dollhouse as a control center to observe and manipulate the occupants. His delusional obsession with maintaining control over his childhood home had spiraled into a disturbing game of surveillance. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed, revealing his distorted motives. "They were living in my house, sleeping in my parents' room. I needed to ensure they respected it," he stated calmly. The psychological evaluation painted a picture of possessive delusion, with the dollhouse serving as a manifestation of his warped need for control. Wells was charged with multiple offenses, shedding light on the need for stricter real estate disclosure laws and agent responsibilities. The judge, during sentencing, acknowledged the profound violation the Morgan family had endured, emphasizing the breach of their privacy and sense of security. The case sent shockwaves through the community and the field of criminal psychology. Wells' meticulous surveillance of multiple families over the years hinted at a deeper, more sinister pattern of behavior. The Morgans relocated, haunted by the knowledge that they had been unwitting pawns in someone else's twisted game. Rebecca, in her victim impact statement, admitted to lingering fears and a constant sense of being watched. The dollhouses and miniatures were banished from their new home, but the specter of invasion lingered. "Some days I still feel eyes upon me," she confessed. "I can't help but wonder if somewhere, a tiny version of me is being maneuvered in a dollhouse I have yet to discover." Story 15. The old house had sat in silence for years, a silent witness to the passage of time. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a mystery that lingered in the air like a ghostly echo. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they were met with a heavy stillness that clung to the walls, as if time itself had paused within those walls. The bedroom, shrouded in shadows, held a secret locked within its confines. With a gentle push, the door yielded, revealing a scene frozen in time. The bed neatly made, the mirror reflecting only emptiness, and a lone candle standing vigil on the desk, its wax frozen in time like tears unshed. But it was the notebook, its pages whispering of a story untold, that drew them in. Detective Morgan, a seeker of truths hidden in the shadows, traced the lines of Elise Winter's handwriting across the pages. The ink spoke of a young woman's fears, her words etched with a desperation that echoed through the years. The last entry, a plea for help in a world that had turned a blind eye, laid bare the truth she dared to uncover. As the dust danced in the air, mingling with a hint of something unknown, the detective delved deeper into Elise's world. A paralegal entangled in a web of deceit, her pursuit of justice had led her down a dangerous path. Colleagues painted a portrait of a woman on the brink of a revelation, her discoveries threatening to unravel a carefully crafted facade. In the silence of the room, where shadows whispered of secrets long kept, the pieces began to fall into place. Hidden in plain sight, a key and a flash drive revealed a world of corruption and betrayal. Voices captured in the digital realm spoke of truths too dangerous to be spoken aloud, of lives sacrificed on the altar of greed. The room held no answers, only echoes of a life interrupted. But as the investigators peeled back the layers of deception, a trail of breadcrumbs led them to the heart of darkness. A hidden passage, a secret door to a world beneath the surface, where truth and lies intertwined in a dance as old as time. Vincent Harriman, a man of power and privilege, stood at the center of the storm. His hands stained with blood that no amount of scrubbing could erase, his guilt laid bare for all to see. In the shadows of the courtroom, justice awaited, a silent sentinel for the voiceless. As the trial unfolded, a tapestry of lies unraveled, revealing the true cost of silence. Elise's legacy, a room frozen in time, bore witness to the reckoning that had come at last. In death, she had found a voice that echoed through the halls of power, a testament to the indomitable spirit that refused to be silenced. The house, a silent sentinel in the night, stood as a monument to the truth that could not be buried. Whispers of a young woman's courage lingered in the air, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, justice would find its way home. And as the stars whispered their secrets to the night sky, the house stood watch, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in shadows. Story 16. The weathered envelope lay in the detective's hands, its aged edges tinged yellow, a stark contrast to the fresh stamp adorning it, a mark of recentness. With cautious precision, Detective Sarah Morgan unfolded the envelope, revealing a solitary sheet of paper within. The message on the paper was hurriedly typed in an uneven font, simply stating, "I am sorry for what I did." As the detective's fingers brushed against the paper, a dampness clung to her gloves, accompanied by a distinct scent of iron. A crimson smear along the bottom edge caught her attention, not ink as expected. Swiftly, she secured the incriminating letter in an evidence bag, mindful of the significance it held. Forensic analysis confirmed Morgan's suspicions. The reddish stain was indeed human blood, a chilling connection to an unsolved murder case that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had met a tragic end in her own apartment, bearing multiple stab wounds. Her laptop gone, her notes scattered, hinting at a possible link to a story she was pursuing. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had remained cold until this cryptic letter surfaced at the precinct, ominously addressed to the Homicide Division. Scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a cautious sender, likely wearing gloves. However, the postmark provided a crucial light after months of stagnation. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan placed the letter at the heart of the investigative board, a pivotal moment in the pursuit of justice. "This changes everything," she declared to her attentive colleagues. "Our perpetrator shows signs of remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner, scrutinized the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps it's a calculated faux pas," he countered. "The blood, a macabre theatrical touch to toy with us." As the forensic team traced the unique typewriter impressions to an antiquated model no longer in production, the hunt expanded to antique shops and collectors across the region. Delving deeper into Rebecca's life, revelations emerged about her fearless dedication to exposing corruption. Her latest probe into a prominent family embroiled in local politics unveiled a web of deceit and betrayal. Interviews with her boyfriend, Michael Barnes, unveiled subtle shifts in his demeanor, hinting at hidden truths he reluctantly divulged. Rebecca feared she was being followed, he confessed, regret etched in his voice. Amidst the evolving investigation, a second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten message, the same chilling hue of blood. This time the confession delved deeper, implicating dark secrets about the family and a tragic outcome never intended. The trail led to the opulent mansion of the deceased patriarch, where suspicions centered on the eldest son, Richard, and his curious collection of vintage typewriters. A breakthrough surfaced when microscopic fibers on the envelopes linked back to custom stationery exclusively owned by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. A search of Richard's residence unearthed damning evidence, a hidden chamber containing damning artifacts tying him to Rebecca's demise. The web of deception unraveled further as financial transactions between Richard and Michael came to light, shedding new light on the sinister plot that had claimed Rebecca's life. Eleanor's pivotal recording captured Richard and Michael orchestrating Rebecca's fate, sealing their guilt beyond doubt. In a dramatic turn, Richard attempted to flee but was swiftly apprehended. As the trial unfolded, the weight of evidence bore down on the accused, despite Richard's vehement protests of innocence. The jury's swift verdict of guilt resonated through the courtroom, bringing a semblance of justice to Rebecca's grieving parents. The blood-stained letters, haunting relics of a twisted tale, remained preserved in evidence, a stark reminder that even the most meticulously planned crimes leave traces of guilt. The legacy of Rebecca Warren's case echoed through detective circles, a poignant reminder that sometimes the key to unlocking a mystery lies not in high-tech forensics, but in the silent whispers of an old typewriter and the burden of remorse that unravels even the most carefully woven deception. Story 17: The Whispering Call. In the quiet stillness of a forgotten house, a phone lay upon the dusty kitchen counter, its screen softly glowing in the dim light. Detective Morgan Reed found herself drawn to this eerie scene, haunted by the mysterious call that had emanated from the device just minutes before. The call had been a mere pocket dial at first, filled with static and muffled sounds. But then a woman's voice sliced through the chaos, whispering urgently, "He's here." And then silence enveloped the abandoned space once more. The house, once belonging to the Sullivan family, now stood empty and desolate, untouched for years after a devastating fire had ravaged its west wing. Detective Reed and her partner, Detective Walsh, delved into the mysteries that shrouded this peculiar incident. A background check on the phone number led them to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the former homeowners. Catherine had perished in a tragic car accident 3 years prior, her untimely death shrouded in sorrow and unanswered questions. As they scrutinized the evidence, the detectives found themselves perplexed by the enigma before them. How could a deceased woman's phone be calling from a deserted dwelling, seemingly untouched by human hands? The forensic team's examination yielded no concrete answers, only more questions that lingered in the air like wisps of smoke. The heart of their investigation became the brief recording of that fateful call, 11 seconds of static, breath, and 5 chilling words that echoed through the empty halls of the Sullivan house. Voice analysis confirmed that the voice on the recording belonged to Catherine Sullivan with an unsettling 98% certainty. Interviews with those who had known Catherine only deepened the mystery. Her parents, her former boyfriend Mark Jennings, all seemed to hold fractured pieces of a puzzle that refused to come together. Each revelation brought them closer to the truth, yet the truth remained elusive, shrouded in shadows. It wasn't until Catherine's mother unearthed a journal from her daughter's belongings that the pieces began to align. The journal spoke of a once-loving relationship turned toxic, of fear and desperation that had consumed Catherine in her final days. Mark Jennings, the former boyfriend, found himself under the harsh light of suspicion once more. The journal's damning words cast a long shadow over his protestations of innocence, revealing a darker side to his character that he had long sought to conceal. A pivotal discovery near the site of Catherine's fatal accident, a buried phone, hidden from prying eyes, turned the tide of the investigation. Deleted texts, forensic evidence, and chilling revelations painted a grim picture of manipulation and violence that had lurked beneath the surface. Mark's elaborate ruse, his twisted game of deception and manipulation, had finally unraveled. His obsession with Catherine, his malevolent machinations, all laid bare for the world to see. Justice, long overdue, now stood at the threshold, waiting to be served. In a climactic showdown at the abandoned house, Mark's reign of terror came to a dramatic end. His words, hollow and desperate, echoed through the empty rooms as the truth closed in around him. And as the echoes of his crimes faded into the night, a sense of closure settled upon the house. The phone, once a conduit for malevolence and deceit, now sat silent and still in the evidence locker, a relic of a dark chapter that had finally reached its conclusion. Catherine's voice, once silenced by violence, now echoed through the halls of justice, a testament to the resilience of those who refuse to be forgotten. Her story, a whispered tale of survival and strength, would endure long after the shadows had receded, a beacon of hope in a world fraught with darkness. Story 18, The Enigmatic House. She crossed the threshold, stepping into the abandoned house where time stood still. Dust danced in the stale air, swirling like forgotten memories. The walls whispered stories of bygone days, their paint peeling in silent lament. Furniture draped in ghostly sheets, frozen in time's embrace. A place untouched by the outside world, yet holding onto a secret. Exploring the desolate rooms felt like wandering through a dream, a frozen moment suspended in eternity. But amidst the stillness, a peculiar mystery unfolded. Each door she opened, each corridor she ventured down, led her back to the same room, the parlor, a labyrinth of endless repetition, trapping her in a loop of uncertainty. The only way out seemed to be the entrance she came through, yet when she turned back, the front door had vanished into thin air. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form transformed the once abandoned Victorian into a haunting crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, watching as shadows danced across the dim interior, the air heavy with unanswered questions. The house, once a mere curiosity, now held darker secrets beneath its aged facade. The medical examiner's hushed voice broke the eerie silence, revealing the grim truth of Morgan's demise. Asphyxiation, a silent killer, had claimed her in the antique chair of the parlor. Her peaceful expression belied the horror of her fate, hands folded neatly as if in eternal repose. No struggle, no signs of defiance, just a profound stillness that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned investigators. Questions lingered in the air like whispers of the past. Who had found her? A real estate agent, unsuspecting, stumbling upon a tragic scene while showing the property to potential buyers. The house, a dormant relic of a forgotten time, now thrust into the spotlight of tragedy. Morgan Pierce, a young scholar with a thirst for unraveling mysteries, had ventured into the Victorian's depths in search of answers. Her research led her to the threshold of the unknown, where rooms shifted and whispers beckoned from hidden corners. Her journal spoke of anomalies and peculiarities, of spaces that defied logic and reason. But as the investigation delved deeper, secrets long buried began to surface. A rare alkaloid in her system, traces of a substance known for its mind-altering properties, cryptic messages, deleted but not forgotten, hinting at a connection to someone who shared her fascination with the enigmatic house. Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history, emerged as a key figure in the unfolding drama. His knowledge of spatial anomalies drew Morgan into a web of intrigue where reality blurred with illusion. Yet his alibi stood firm, a solid alibi that placed him miles away at the time of her demise. A revelation whispered from across the seas shed light on a dark family secret. The Blackwoods, bound by tragedy, had succumbed to a curse that lurked within the walls of the Victorian. The claiming, they called it, a silent specter that claimed those who dared to linger too long within its confines. As the layers of deception peeled away, a hidden chamber behind the parlor fireplace revealed ancient artifacts and a carved figurine, a guardian of thresholds and liminal spaces. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a picture of a realm beyond the known, where reality intertwined with myth. But the shadows held more than just relics of the past. Forensic evidence pointed to another presence in the house, a phantom lingering in the dust of forgotten ages. Partial fingerprints, a ghostly echo of a presence unseen, whispered of a mystery within a mystery. Tragedy struck once more, claiming Adam Reeves in a mirror image of Morgan's demise. The same alkaloid, the same peaceful expression, a key clutched in his hand that unlocked the secrets of the hidden chamber. His final words echoed in the empty room, a testament to the house's insidious allure. The investigation remained open, a web of half-truths and shadows dancing on the edge of perception. The condemned Victorian stood as a silent sentinel, its secrets buried beneath layers of dust and time. Yet whispers persisted of lights flickering in the dead of night, of voices murmuring in forgotten halls. Some said the house claimed those who delved too deep, trapping them in a web of illusion and deceit. Others believed that Morgan and Adam had glimpsed a truth beyond comprehension, a truth that lay in the spaces between reality and myth. The enigmatic house stood as a testament to the unknown, a doorway to realms unseen. And as the night wrapped its cloak around the abandoned Victorian, the truth remained elusive, a flickering light in the darkness, a mystery waiting to be unraveled in the spaces between dreams and reality. Story 19. The aging apartment possessed its idiosyncrasies: pipes that groaned in protest, floorboards that whispered secrets with every step. Yet for the new occupant, the sounds she heard transcended the realm of the ordinary. The footsteps overhead were too precise, too deliberate to belong to a mere building settling into the night. They echoed down from above, a slow and measured cadence that defied explanation. Strangely, she resided on the highest floor of the building. One fateful night, emboldened by a cocktail of fear and curiosity, she tentatively rapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased abruptly, plunging the space into a heavy silence. Then, a single, deliberate knock resounded from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman, the tenant, chose to keep the unnerving incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the old structure, or perhaps a small creature seeking refuge in the attic's shadows. As the nocturnal footsteps persisted, she adapted, resorting to cranking up the volume of her television, donning headphones at bedtime, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls tracing enigmatic paths across her ceiling in the shroud of darkness. Detective Morris stumbled upon the peculiar apartment saga when a maintenance worker accidentally unearthed a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had exposed a segment of drywall in the hallway adjacent to Sarah's unit to address a leak. Behind it lurked a narrow passage unaccounted for in the building's blueprints. Illuminated by a flashlight, the passage unveiled a makeshift living quarters, discarded food wrappers, empty water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a weathered notebook. Prompted by the discovery, the building superintendent promptly summoned the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, encountered the visibly shaken maintenance worker, who repeated like a broken record, "Someone dwelled within the walls, someone watched." Within the notebook lay meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman's daily routine. Her comings and goings, her guests, her dining preferences, her television choices, her bathing schedule, her sleep patterns. The script began with precision but deteriorated into chaos towards its conclusion, adorned with cryptic symbols in the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my cues," the final entry lamented. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one disregards me." Forensic specialists scoured the crawlspace, unearthing fingerprints that eluded identification in any existing database. They unveiled an intricate labyrinth of passageways woven into the building's walls and ceilings, some with origins stretching back decades per structural assessments. The passages interlinked with 5 distinct units, culminating in observation points, tiny apertures camouflaged as innocuous fixtures or minor imperfections focused solely on Sarah Coleman's abode. The investigative team interviewed current tenants, who reported nothing extraordinary beyond the customary commotion of communal living. However, former residents painted a different picture. 3 previous inhabitants of Sarah's apartment recounted sensations of being surveilled or hearing inexplicable movements. One had hastily vacated after a mere fortnight. Fearing accusations of paranoia, none had disclosed their encounters. The breakthrough transpired when forensics unearthed minute blood spatters within one of the hidden recesses. DNA analysis traced the blood to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace 4 years earlier. Despite his family's missing persons report, the investigation had gone cold. Martin resided directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Revisiting Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris unearthed accounts from neighbors, detailing Martin's grievances regarding disturbances from the apartment above his occupied by a reclusive individual named Edward. Subsequent to their altercation, Martin vanished into thin air. Edward absconded the following month, leaving no forwarding details. Unraveling Edward's historical tendencies divulged a pattern. He favored top-floor units in 6 separate apartment complexes over 2 decades, maintained minimal social interactions, and departed without notice. A resident from his third dwelling recollected him as intense, citing Edward's relentless clamor for silence. Property records unveiled that Edward had acquired remote rural property. Upon arrival, investigators stumbled upon a cabin adorned with photographs and notes. Images of tenants from various apartments, Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver included. Schematics of ventilation systems and structural frailties. Elaborate diaries chronicling specimen observations and habitat preservation. At the cabin's core stood a corkboard embellished with news clippings. Missing persons bulletins, 6 in total, all former occupants of buildings Edward had inhabited. Scars etched the floor beneath the board as if a weighty object had been dragged repetitively. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed soil, revealing human remains, and another burial site, and another. As forensic experts toiled to identify the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Though the crawl space had been sealed, residents sporadically reported peculiar noises. During security system installations, maintenance personnel stumbled upon a hidden corner where the hallway ceiling met the wall. A fresh notebook, newer than its predecessor, lay nestled within. The initial page bore a single line. They discovered my former haven, but not my current refuge. The script mirrored that of the prior notebook. The final page exhibited a crude depiction of Sarah's apartment layout with a crimson-marked new passageway and an ominous date for that very night. In a race against time, officers endeavored to evacuate Sarah, only to find her residence deserted. Her phone lay on the kitchen counter, her television droned on, her shower ran unabated. Within the bathroom, the mist-coated mirror gradually unveiled a message etched by a finger. Look up. The shower's ceiling panel had been excised. The pursuit for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, an erstwhile construction worker specializing in renovations, persisted. His architectural acumen had facilitated the creation of a concealed network of observation posts and secret passages. Thermal scans of Sarah's edifice yielded no traces of present occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman remained absent, her case intertwined with vanishing acts spanning multiple states. Authorities issued alerts to apartment managers about unauthorized alterations in clandestine spaces. Amidst a sea of chilling discoveries, Detective Morris was haunted not by the graves or the journals, but by the image of Sarah ensconced in her apartment, tormented by enigmatic footsteps overhead with no upstairs neighbor, the footsteps that mimicked her knocks and then reciprocated. In the stillness of the night, alone in his residence, Detective Morris occasionally cast his gaze upwards, attuned to the silence, waiting and pondering who else might be listening alongside him. Story 20. In the heart of the town stood the old library, its fate sealed for demolition. The workers toiled tirelessly, dismantling the structure brick by brick until only the library's skeleton remained, but fate had other plans in store. As the workers pried apart a dusty bookshelf, a hidden latch was revealed. With a soft click, the bookshelf swung open, unveiling a secret passageway leading to a forgotten room. The air within was heavy, untouched by human hands for decades. No furniture adorned the room except for a solitary chair bolted to the floor at its center, and etched repeatedly on the walls a haunting message echoed, "I am still here." The construction foreman, sensing unease, contacted the authorities. What had started as a routine demolition swiftly transformed into a chilling mystery. Detective Morgan Walsh, a veteran of the force, entered the hidden room, his flashlight piercing the darkness, illuminating the cryptic words that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice reverberating in the confined space. "No one disturbs anything until forensics arrives." The library's history whispered of a tragic tale. Once owned by the prestigious Harrington family, the building had been gifted to the public following the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished without a trace during her final year of college, leaving behind only an abandoned car near the woods. Despite exhaustive searches, the mystery of her disappearance remained unsolved, shrouded in uncertainty. The prevailing belief was that she had chosen to vanish, but her family clung to a darker truth. As forensic experts combed through the hidden room, they unearthed hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. The scratches on the walls bore traces of blood and skin cells, hinting at a tumultuous struggle. Initial analysis hinted at a young female's presence. This chair was meant to confine someone, the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing towards the worn leather straps and bolt holes. Whoever was held here fought fiercely. Detective Walsh delved into the Harrington family's past, unsettled by the timing of the library's donation to the community. The revelation that the room had been concealed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch, raised chilling questions. Financial records hinted at clandestine dealings, with exorbitant payments made to the contractor. Interviews with former library staff unveiled a hidden truth. None had been aware of the secret room's existence, except for an elderly librarian who recalled Maxwell's solitary visits to that section of the building after hours. His insistence on preserving the area during renovations piqued suspicion. Maxwell always stressed the historical significance of that section, she recounted. He claimed the woodwork was irreplaceable. The investigation took a harrowing turn when DNA evidence from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's belongings. The chilling realization dawned Rebecca had not fled, but had been held captive behind the bookshelf, possibly by her own kin. Armed with a warrant, detectives scoured the Harrington estate, uncovering a hidden journal in Maxwell's study. Its entries chronicled a disturbing obsession with his niece, culminating in a sinister ultimatum. Confronted with the damning evidence, Maxwell's facade crumbled. She threatened to expose everything, he confessed coldly. I couldn't let her destroy the family legacy. Maxwell had ensnared Rebecca in the hidden room, intending to silence her, but his plan had gone awry, leading to a tragic end. I buried her beneath the floor, Maxwell admitted, his voice void of emotion. The excavation beneath the hidden room unearthed Rebecca's remains, adorned with a silver bracelet, a poignant reminder of a life lost. The Harrington family faced Maxwell's reckoning, finding closure in the long-awaited justice. The library's demolition was halted, transforming the site into a somber memorial. The community paid tribute to Rebecca's memory, offering flowers at the entrance, a gesture of remembrance for a life extinguished too soon. In a twist of fate, Rebecca's desperate message etched on the walls ensured her enduring presence, a silent sentinel waiting to be found. And as justice prevailed, the truth emerged from the shadows, bringing solace to a town haunted by a dark legacy. Story 21. The new owners were intrigued by the peculiar crackling of the old intercom system late at night in their new home, a relic of the past, updated but forgotten. One evening, the husband, consumed by curiosity, pressed the button. A faint whisper crackled through the speaker, sending a shiver down his spine. "Why did you return?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, standing in the shadows, murmured, "I never uttered those words." Nestled amidst ancient oak trees, the Victorian manor exuded an aura of mystery, its aged facade concealing a modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the property at a surprisingly low cost, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the tour. The antique intercom system, linking all rooms, had captivated the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, the gravel crunching beneath her unmarked car's tires. The call had hinted at a possible break-in, but the dispatcher's tone implied a deeper narrative. Daniel Parker, a tall figure with a ghostly complexion, welcomed her at the entrance, his unease palpable in the dim light. It all started with the intercom, he narrated, guiding Detective Reeves through the majestic foyer. Initially just static, then whispers, and eventually coherent sentences. My wife deemed me delusional until she too heard it. In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, her hands tightly gripping an untouched steaming mug. We uncovered something hidden behind the wall, she divulged abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the pantry, and as he removed the drywall, her voice faltered. Concealed behind the wall, wrapped in decaying plastic, lay a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves and delicately unfolded its brittle pages. The elegant yet frantic script belonged to Alina, the presumed former owner. The entries chronicled her escalating suspicions of her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The last entry dates back 30 years, Daniel elaborated. After that, silence. The prior owners claimed they purchased it from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. Further investigation confirmed Vincent and Alina Blackwood as the previous proprietors. Records indicated Vincent sold the house shortly after Alina's alleged departure. No divorce proceedings, no change of address, no financial activity in Alina's name post the final journal entry. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to scrutinize the property thoroughly. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As the investigators breached the aged concrete, the truth materialized in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis identified the skeleton as a woman in her 40s, evidence of head trauma present. Among the remains, a gold wedding band bore the inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly solidified. Now elderly and residing in a care facility, he comprehended the charges levied against him. His response, when confronted with the evidence, sent chills down the detective's spine. She wouldn't cease her chatter, Vincent recounted, his voice eerily composed. Always speaking through that accursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, yet she reconnected it herself, claiming she desired constant access to me, regardless of my location in the house. His vacant gaze lifted. I yearned for peace. During his admission, Vincent disclosed his meticulously fabricated story of Alina abandoning him, even mailing postcards to neighbors from fictional locales, inscribed in forged handwriting. He resided in the house for years after, treading daily over the concrete concealing his wife's remains. The trial was brief, Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The sentencing judge highlighted the premeditated nature of the crime and the prolonged deception that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to endure its grim past. Prior to their departure, they held a memorial for Alina in the now-restored garden. The intercom system was dismantled by the subsequent owners during renovations. Workers reported static and whispers during the removal, attributing it to machinery interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before its archival. As she sealed the manila folder, she pondered how the house had seemingly transcended time to unveil its secret. Justice finally reached Vincent Blackwood, all due to Alina's determination to be heard. Among local law enforcement, the case was dubbed the house that echoed back. Detective Reeves occasionally passed the property on her way home. She never halted, but slowed down, window cracked open, listening for whispers carried on the wind. Story 22. The motel stood as a forgotten relic of a bygone era, its faded facade hinting at stories untold. Those who sought refuge within its worn walls did so out of necessity, not choice. The weary clerk, with eyes that held shadows of whispered secrets, handed her a key with a cautionary glance. "Just don't take the last door on the left," his words barely audible, laden with a mysterious warning that sparked her curiosity. That night, shrouded in the veil of darkness, she navigated the labyrinthine corridors illuminated by flickering lights. Pausing before the unassuming door singled out by the clerk, she felt a chill run down her spine as she touched the icy handle. To the naked eye, it bore no distinction from its companions, blending seamlessly into the nondescript hallway until she pressed her ear against it. A faint, rhythmic breath whispered from the other side, a haunting echo of unseen presence. Detective Morgan Reed, with a weariness etched into the lines of her face, entered the room under the yellow tape that marked it as a crime scene. The metallic tang of blood assaulted her senses, a grim reminder of the horrors she had grown accustomed to. Amidst the stark contrasts within the room, pristine bathroom, untouched bed, and the macabre tableau in between lay the lifeless form of a young woman. Her golden locks splayed like a halo, her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling in eternal silence. Reed knelt beside the victim, a silent observer in this tragic play of life and death. The forensic technician moved with clinical precision, capturing the scene in a series of photographs, his words devoid of emotion. "Third one this season, same as the others." The words hung heavy in the stale air, a grim reminder of the darkness that lurked in the shadows. As the investigation unfolded, Reed pieced together fragments of a chilling puzzle. 3 women, all bearing a striking resemblance, all found in transient havens far removed from their usual lives. The press buzzed with speculation, painting a portrait of a predator stalking the unsuspecting. The autopsy report revealed the methodical cruelty of the killer death by strangulation, devoid of the telltale signs of a crime of passion. Reed's intuition whispered of a personal vendetta driving the heinous acts, a motive rooted in twisted desires rather than primal instinct. Days stretched into nights as Reed delved deeper into the victim's life, unearthing secrets buried in shadows. A cryptic mention of a mysterious man, identified only as C, led her down a labyrinthine path of deceit and betrayal. The workplace offered no refuge from the tendrils of darkness, as suspicions cast shadows on those once deemed beyond reproach. In the shadow of looming truths, Reed confronted Charles Emerson, a figure cloaked in the guise of respectability. Beneath the veneer of composure lay a darkness that mirrored the depths of his depravity. The unraveling of his carefully constructed facade exposed a web of lies woven with meticulous precision. The trial that followed was a spectacle of justice, a reckoning for sins too heinous to be ignored. Emerson's stoic demeanor crumbled under the weight of his transgressions, his hollow gaze meeting Reed's with a glimmer of something otherworldly, a void where compassion should have resided. The echoes of the door on the left case reverberated through the annals of true crime lore, a cautionary tale of the darkness that dwells within the human soul. For Reed, haunted by the specter of unanswered questions, the case remained an open wound, a reminder that some doors once opened lead to depths too profound to fathom. In the hushed confines of the evidence locker, 3 hotel keys lay dormant, silent witnesses to the horrors that unfolded behind the last door on the left. A tangible reminder that in the shadows of forgotten motels, secrets whispered their chilling truths, waiting to be unveiled by those brave enough to listen. Story 23. The quaint costume shop was wrapping up its final days, a quiet air of nostalgia clinging to the remnants of old costumes and peculiar masks. Among the fading relics, a woman with a curious spirit reached for a mask nestled on a forgotten shelf. Its intricately crafted features held a delicate yet eerily lifelike quality that stirred a sense of unease within her. Placing the mask on the worn counter, the cashier hesitated, his voice barely above a whisper as he uttered, "That's not ours." Perplexed, the woman inspected the mask, searching in vain for a tag that would reveal its origin. Finding none, she simply shrugged and decided to bring it home with her. That night, as the world slipped into the hushed embrace of darkness, she was stirred from her slumber by a soft, almost imperceptible sound, a whisper of fabric shifting in the stillness. Her eyes flickered open to find the mask no longer resting on the weathered dresser where she had left it. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, angled to face her with an unsettling intent. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was discovered by a concerned neighbor the following morning. The front door of her house stood slightly ajar, allowing a stream of gentle morning light to spill into the shadowed interior. What awaited the neighbor inside was a scene so haunting that its memory would linger for years to come. Catherine lay motionless on the floor of her bedroom, the mysterious mask nowhere to be seen. Detective Morgan arrived at the somber scene, her presence weaving through the hushed whispers and the rhythmic clicks of the camera shutters capturing the tragic tableau. A meticulous examination revealed no signs of forced entry, each detail of the room seemingly ordinary save for the lifeless figure at its center. An open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass, all pieces of a puzzle that refused to yield answers to the mystery of Catherine's demise. The medical examiner, his expression grim, noted the lack of visible injuries or signs of a struggle. Pointing to Catherine's frozen visage contorted in terror, he murmured, "Something frightened her to the core." As the investigation unfolded, it painted a portrait of Catherine as a woman immersed in the world of art appraisal, renowned for her keen eye for authenticity. Her colleagues spoke of her uncanny ability to discern even the subtlest discrepancies, a talent that now seemed to have led her down a path of darkness. Security footage from the costume shop hinted at a deeper enigma surrounding the mask. The cashier's confusion, the owner's denial, all pieces of a puzzle that refused to fit neatly together, hinting at a darker undercurrent. A breakthrough emerged when microscopic fibers, foreign and enigmatic, were discovered on Catherine's fingertips. The fibers, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic material, whispered of a connection to something ancient and malevolent. Records of similar deaths stretching back through time emerged, each victim linked by a common thread, a mysterious mask, and an expression of unyielding terror etched into their faces. A retired detective shared a revelation, unveiling the existence of ancient symbols hidden within each mask, symbols tying them to a sinister ritual of soul transference. Catherine's own journal, a hidden treasure found within her home, spoke of a creeping dread, of an unseen presence stalking her, of a malevolent force lurking within the mask she had unwittingly brought into her life. The investigation spiraled into the depths of the unknown, uncovering a chilling truth: the mask's insidious power to evoke paralyzing fear, to stop a heart with terror alone. Surveillance footage captured a haunting figure, donning Catherine's likeness with an unnatural stiffness, a puppeteer's touch guiding its movements with malicious intent. As the mask vanished into the shadows once more, a whispered warning lingered, a cycle of possession, a hunger for souls that transcended time and reason. The unsolved case of Catherine Reed stands as a testament to the unfathomable forces that lurk beyond the veil of our understanding. The detective, haunted by the echoes of Catherine's fate, guards her journal as a grim reminder of the lurking malevolence waiting to claim its next unwitting victim. In the stillness of the night, she awakens with a shiver, the sensation of unseen eyes fixed upon her. She secures her sanctuary, warding off the encroaching darkness, mindful of the mask that waits patiently in the shadows, biding its time until it finds another vessel to ensnare in its silent dance of death. Story 24. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten belongings in the dusty attic, a time-worn relic left behind by the previous inhabitants of the house. Among the faded Polaroids of jovial celebrations and family gatherings, there was one that stood out, shrouded in an eerie mystery. The photo depicted a family seated in the familiar living room, their smiles frozen in time, oblivious to the ominous figure lurking in the shadows behind them. As Rebecca gazed at the unsettling image, a shiver ran down her spine and a sense of unease settled over her. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca carried the photo to the stark light of the kitchen, where the uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers in the picture sent chills down her spine. Seeking answers, Detective Morgan, clad in a weathered leather jacket, delved into the enigma surrounding the photograph, his keen eyes scrutinizing every detail for clues. As the investigation unfolded, a disturbing pattern emerged. The Sutherland family, captured in the photograph, had vanished without a trace, mirroring the fate of previous occupants of the house. Each family had disappeared after precisely 1 year of residence, leaving behind no trace of their whereabouts. Forensic analysis unveiled unsettling details, indicating a sinister presence lingering within the walls of the house. Digging deeper into the history of the property, Detective Morgan uncovered the shadowy figure's true identity: Samuel Whitfield, a long-vanished architect with a dark past. The revelation led the investigation to a chilling discovery in the basement, where the remains of the missing families were unearthed, frozen in time like macabre artifacts. As Rebecca sought safety in a hotel under police protection, an ominous phone call in the dead of night signaled that the malevolent presence was still at large, watching from the shadows. The house, now sealed off as a crime scene, held onto its secrets, with Samuel Whitfield's true fate shrouded in uncertainty. The saga of the house's dark past continues to intrigue and haunt those who dare to uncover the truth. While some believe Whitfield perished long ago, others speculate that he roams unseen, perpetuating his sinister legacy in new abodes. Behind closed doors, unseen eyes watch, capturing new families in their sinister gaze, perpetuating a cycle of mystery and fear. As the investigation lingers on, those who delve into the enigma of the man in the photograph find themselves ensnared in a chilling web of secrets and shadows. Story 25. The apartment exuded a sense of age, a quiet history woven into its walls. The heating system whispered and groaned, the pipes murmuring secrets of the past. It was all part of the building's charm, or so they believed, until she heard it. A soft, melodic voice drifting through the vents, calling her name in a haunting whisper. She paused, heart fluttering with a mix of curiosity and unease. Pressing her ear against the metal grate, she felt a chill brush against her skin, followed by a gentle voice, almost playful in its tone. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood at the heart of the empty apartment, a sense of quiet mystery enveloping the space. Her gaze lingered on the rusted vent cover, a portal to the unknown. The forensics team moved around her with precision, capturing the scene with flashes of light. Alina Reeves, the missing soul whose presence lingered in the air, had left behind a puzzle that defied logic. Voices through the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes, his voice a whisper in the stillness. Management brushed off her concerns, blaming it on the old building's quirks. Kneeling beside the vent, Shaw traced the marks etched into the metal, a silent testimony to a struggle unseen. The scratches spoke of desperation, of a trapped soul seeking escape from within. The Leaner's life had been one of warmth and kindness, her absence casting a shadow over the apartment she once called home. Shaw listened to the echoes of Alina's fears, her sister's trembling voice recounting the paranoia that had consumed her. The apartment revealed its secrets slowly, each detail a piece of the enigmatic puzzle. The perfectly made bed, the abandoned coffee mug, the chair positioned beneath the vent as if waiting for a listener. Fibers from Alina's cardigan, a foreign fingerprint on the vent cover, and the haunting recordings on her phone painted a chilling picture of a life haunted by unseen forces. The building held its own secrets, whispered tales of past tenants who had fled in fear. Harold Weber, the superintendent with a calm facade, hid a darkness within. His nonchalant explanations crumbled under Shaw's scrutiny, his gaze betraying a hidden truth. A hidden passage unveiled a chilling truth: someone had been living within the walls, a silent observer in the shadows. Weber's meticulously kept records, his shrine of memories, all pointed to a twisted obsession that had festered in the dark corners of the building. As the evidence mounted, Shaw felt the weight of a predator's presence, a malevolent force that had preyed on the unsuspecting. Weber's arrest brought a sense of closure, but the whispers lingered in the empty halls, a ghostly reminder of the horrors that had unfolded within. The trial painted a portrait of a man consumed by his delusions, a puppet of the building's whispers. Guilty on all counts, Weber's chilling smile held a promise of voices that would never fade. The apartment building stood as a silent witness to the darkness that had taken root within its walls. Renovations came and went, new faces gracing its halls, but the whispers remained, a spectral chorus that echoed through the vents. The residents spoke of cold drafts that carried voices of the past, of rattling pipes that whispered secrets in the dead of night. The building's legacy lived on, a haunting melody that wove through the air, a reminder that some mysteries were best left undisturbed. The story 26, The Whispering House. She desired to redecorate the nursery before the little one arrived. The walls donned a worn blue hue, carrying with it tales of the past. As she applied the initial coat of white paint, a hidden message emerged from beneath faint letters at first, then gradually becoming more distinct. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath hitched. Stepping back, she noticed something peculiar: tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high for a child to reach. This revelation in the nursery of the Morgan house marked the start of what investigators later dubbed the Whispering House case. The young couple had bought the Victorian-style home for a surprisingly low price just months ago. The realtor had mentioned only minor cosmetic issues, omitting any mention of the property's dark past. Detective Sarah Klein rang the doorbell, notebook clutched in hand. A woman answered, her pregnant belly evident beneath her paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles encircled her eyes, a sign of sleepless nights. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the message and handprints. The previous owners left abruptly, the woman explained. Neighbors said they vanished in the dead of night, packing only essentials into their car. Walking through the historic home, Detective Klein's steps echoed on the aged floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall, the message still visible where the painting had been abandoned. Beside it, 5 small handprints were imprinted in the wet paint, positioned at adult shoulder height. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into the property's records. The house had changed owners 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover rate. What was more unsettling were the child welfare reports filed for 3 of those families. Children spoke of whispers from the walls and feeling watched as they slept. Digging deeper, the detective examined construction records and historical documents. The house previously belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who operated a small orphanage on the property. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 missing children from her care, assumed to have run away. When Eleanor passed, workers renovating the house discovered a sealed room behind the nursery wall containing children's belongings, but no remains. The case faded into obscurity. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein uncovered a chilling pattern. Families with children reported strange occurrences, toys moving on their own, childish laughter in empty rooms, and drawings appearing mysteriously. Most dismissed these events until the writing surfaced. The message varied slightly: don't let them find you, don't make a sound, don't let it hear you. The same handwriting, always revealed during nursery repainting. A forensic linguist confirmed the writing matched Eleanor Blackwood's journals. The identical handprints, despite different children, raised more questions. The detective persuaded the current owners to allow ground-penetrating radar in the basement, revealing 5 child-sized shapes beneath the concrete floor. Breaking through, workers uncovered 5 sets of remains arranged in a circle, dated back to Eleanor's time. The children still wore pendants engraved with their names. Luminol sprayed in the nursery revealed glowing handprints on every wall, hidden beneath layers of paint. Eleanor's journals unveiled her twisted beliefs, aiming to prolong her life by trapping orphaned children for their energy. The children had left warnings etched into the walls, hoping for discovery. The case concluded with the victims' proper burial, their status changed from runaways to murder victims. The house remained vacant, the pregnant couple refusing to return. Detective Klein submitted her final report, documenting the glowing handprints and hidden message. Justice was served, but a lingering presence loomed within the house. The nursery walls were demolished, yet workers reported hearing whispers from the debris, refusing to return after their shifts. The house was condemned, a cold case left unsolved, leaving behind spiritual mysteries. The detective kept a photograph, a haunting reminder of crimes that transcend time and paint. Story 27. The small town held its secrets close, never whispering of the house standing sentinel at the forest's edge. It lingered in solitude, a silent watcher with blackened eyes for windows and a porch bowed down by the weight of time. No one laid claim to its ownership. No memory lingered of the hands that shaped it. And yet when a band of wanderers strayed too near, they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, names etched into the wooden skin of the house, carved deep like ancient runes of warning. Among the list of 27, fresh and untouched, was a name unfamiliar to all who gazed upon it. It was a name that hung in the air like a ghostly whisper until, with a shudder, one of them murmured, "That name is mine." In the dead of night, a call pierced through the darkness, a mere trespassing incident on record. The voice belonged to Mason Wright, the leading explorer who uncovered his own name etched into the abandoned dwelling. The responding officers expected a simple case of youthful mischief, a jest played amongst companions, but what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight draped the forest in shadow. Her flashlight cleaved through the veil, revealing the weathered front of the house. The names etched deeply on the eastern wall told tales of lost souls. Some had faded into obscurity, blending with the aged wood, while others remained sharp as if carved just yesterday. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still fragrant with the scent of fresh wood shavings. "I've never set foot here before," Mason declared, his breath materializing into mist in the chill air. "I cannot fathom how my name found its way here." The inquiry commenced with investigations into the background of each name on that haunting wall. The findings sent a shiver down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to a soul reported missing over the span of 4 decades. Some cases had turned cold with time, while others remained open, all bound by a chilling similarity: the individuals vanished while wandering the woods alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the intricacies of their depths, the techniques employed, and the patterns of weathering. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, harked back to a disappearance 37 years prior. The case files painted a grim picture of a young woman who ventured into the woods and never returned, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a babbling stream. Detective Keller delved into Mason's past, probing for connections. His account remained unwavering. He had no ties to the area beyond that fateful hike with his college compatriots. They had chosen their path at random, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in Mason's history linked him to the other unfortunate names on that eerie facade. The focus of the investigation shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, presented snapshots captured along their journey. Upon scrutiny, analysts unearthed a disquieting presence, a spectral figure lurking in the background of 3 separate photographs. A lanky silhouette, partly obscured by the trees. "We were alone on our trek," Emily protested. "We would have noticed another soul on the trail." Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the house's interior. Within its forsaken chambers, dust lay heavy, furniture broken and scattered. But in the bowels of the basement, a chilling revelation awaited. Personal effects of the vanished hikers sat arranged meticulously on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, all labeled with names corresponding to those on the exterior wall. Technicians cataloged each item with precision, unveiling hidden bloodstains on the concrete floor beneath layers of attempted cleansing. Though no bodies slumbered beneath the house's foundation, cadaver dogs signaled repeatedly toward the thickening forest at the rear of the property. As the investigation deepened, peculiar occurrences plagued Mason Wright. Whispers echoed outside his abode. Fresh footprints trailed to his doorstep, but never away. Shadowy figures loomed in the streets. Protection was assigned, yet Mason's paranoia burgeoned. The breakthrough arrived with the unearthing of forgotten land records in county archives. The house had once belonged to a recluse named Victor Blackwood, a hunter who slipped into the mists 15 years prior, his vanishing left unexplored. Detective Keller secured a warrant to scour the surrounding woods, unveiling a labyrinth of crude hunting blinds strategically positioned along well-trodden paths. Within one blind, a journal lay, chronicling meticulous observations, the habits and vulnerabilities of hikers, their paths and equipment. The scrawl within grew increasingly macabre. Early entries spoke of animal hunts, while later passages cast humans as prey, detailing their selection and capture. The final pages meticulously detailed the stalking of each victim on the wall, a sinister narrative of death foretold. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned jurisdictions, a hunt cloaked in shadows. Helicopters hummed overhead, their thermal eyes scanning the forest floor. Tactical units combed every crevice and cranny, yet the hunter remained elusive. Mason Wright fell silent, his apartment deserted, a chilling message freshly carved upon his bedroom wall: the hunter becomes the hunted. Weeks passed in fruitless pursuit of Mason, until a chilling discovery rocked the investigation. Concealed behind a false wall in Blackwood's basement, a workshop was unearthed, housing tools of woodworking, jars of preservatives, and a newly carved name waiting to be mounted upon the wall. The name belonged to the lead technician, absent that day, his whereabouts unknown. A vigilant watch encircled the house, cameras poised and sensors alert. 3 nights later, an alert sounded. A figure emerged from the shadows, impossibly tall and lithe, moving with an otherworldly grace. As the tactical teams closed in, the cameras blinked out, only to restore with the figure vanished. To this day, the house remains under the sentinel gaze of unwavering surveillance. Mason Wright and the missing technician vanished without a trace, the investigation ongoing, fueled by fresh vanishings in distant woodlands. The names on that wall have woven themselves into the tapestry of dark folklore, whispered by investigators in hushed tones. Hikers steer clear, fearful that speaking of the house may invite their names to join the silent choir, the names unspoken.